public notice was disseminated for today's meeting. It's published in Las Vegas Optic on June 25th, 2017. It's made on radio stations KFUN, KLBF, KNMX, KMDZ, KMDS, and KBLQ on June 27, 2017, and posted on the San Miguel County website at www.smcounty.net on June 27, 2017, at least 72 hours in advance of the meeting. And the following agenda for today's meeting was posted and available for public inspection on the San Miguel County website at www.smcounty.net, and also available in hard copy at the office of the San Miguel County Manager's Office, Suite 201, 500 West National. I'm really excited. We got a packed house today. I always like it when we have this much participation in our meetings and people are concerned about community issues that you're supporting or not. I thank you all for being here. I'd like to have a roll call vote, call to order and roll call vote.
Chairman Rocco Livari.
Here.
Vice Chairman Arthur Padilla. Commissioner Janice Varela.
Presente.
Commissioner Maria Martinez.
Here.
Commissioner Chris Nahad.
Here.
Let the record show that we do have a quorum. Commissioner Padilla will be running late, but he should be here later. If Commissioner Varela, would you like to lead us in the pledge of allegiance?
Sure.
Comments, applause, or other interruptions from the audience shall not be allowed. Threatening and abusive comments that disturb the meeting shall not be allowed, and all speakers shall address the Board of County Commissioners, mention their name, and then speak on the issue from the podium. Manuel Garcia.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Point of information, should we approve the minutes?
I'm sorry, did I miss that? Point of order by Commissioner Nahad. I skipped the approval of the minutes. Has anyone got a chance to go over the minutes?
I did, and I make a motion that we do approve the minutes of last commission meeting.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Nahad, seconded by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Thank you, Commissioner Nahad, for putting me in check there. Okay, Mr. Manuel Garcia. Mr. Diego, is the mic on for the public speaking?
What about now? Okay, this one's good. Okay, thank you very much, commissioners, residents of the county. I'm Manuel Garcia, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about financial administration and some of the functions that the Board of County Commissioners shares with other county officials and representatives relating to county finances are: 1, preparation and approval of the county's budget, and I can see that they've been doing that. Purchasing and contracting for goods and services, and we know and see that they've been doing that. Depositing and investment of the county's funds, and we know that they've been doing that. Receipt and accounting for all funds received and expended by the various county departments. Now, this particular item, we don't think that they've been doing it. I asked for a request for public information, and they told me that they didn't have any documents that would be responsive. So I've asked around to a couple of the department heads, and they indicate that they are not making the requisite monthly report, which is to be filed with the county clerk no later than the first Monday of each month. So that's something that we're going to need to work on. And the reason that I'm talking about that is that there's a couple of rumors out there in the grapevine. One of them was that the county was in deficit $400,000, and I thought, well, there's a lot of rumors out there. So at the last meeting, I asked Vidal, was the county in deficit $400,000? And he said, yes, but it wasn't just $400,000, it was more like $500,000. And then there was another rumor, and I said, what about this other rumor? There's another rumor out there that the county is missing about $1 million. And he said, well, I don't know about that. So in order to make sure that the receipts and expenditures are up to date, we've got to make sure that that statute is being followed. It says, the Board of County Commissioners must examine and settle all accounts of receipts and expenses of the county and all accounts chargeable against the county, Section 4-38-16 New Mexico statutes annotated. And the accounts must be itemized, and the board can disapprove all or part of the accounts, Section 4-45-3 New Mexico statutes annotated. The Board of County Commissioners is responsible for assuring that a statement of receipts and expenditures is prepared on an annual basis, and that's another section. So on section 9.4, page 65, so you can look at it at the County Commissioners Handbook, it says filing of monthly financial statements. All county departments receiving and disbursing public money are required to file monthly financial statements with the county clerk on the first Monday of each month. The financial report is to detail the amounts of all public monies received and disbursed by the departments and is to be verified. The Board of County Commissioners' duty is to audit and adjust the reports in accordance with the facts, Section 1017-4 NMSA. So I just want to make sure that the county is running the financial administration properly. On another item, we had a flash flood out at Mess. We were lucky that it didn't take out the county bridge. We had about 3 inches of rain in about an hour. The water ran over the bridge, and the Department of Transportation has been asking for the past 10 years or so for the county to cut the oak trees. There's some cottonwood trees, and they haven't cut them, and they haven't fixed the approach. So the bridge got blocked. The channel couldn't take the water, so it jumped over the bridge and jumped over the road, and it tore out a section of the road about 60 to 100 feet long, 6 feet wide, and 6 feet deep. Cut out 2 arroyo crossings and did a mess. I had to spend $1,400 of my own money to hire a skid steer to open up the roads because I couldn't get out. So you have a resident whose life is in danger, safety and health are in danger because they can't get out of a road. So anyway, we'll talk about that a little bit more, but let's see if we can get this financial administration worked out. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your concerns, Mr. Garcia. Catherine Kahn.
afternoon, Catherine Kahn, Las Vegas, New Mexico. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Melinda, Manager Martinez. I would like to speak today on agenda items 5, 7, and 8. The issue of the appeal has no bearing in your decision today of CU 0245. The DOT has determined that Trujillo and All-American Towing is not in compliance with state regulations, and the county does not have the authority to issue any kind of license, conditional or otherwise. This is exactly what citizens of San Miguel County have been telling the Planning and Zoning Department and the county for 3 years. The first time this has been heard by the county was 10/28/16. The county has not been following county ordinance procedure regarding the function of the Planning and Zoning Commission, nor has the County Commission completely satisfied or entirely reviewed the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission, Resolution PZ 0258 that you all have in front of you. In there you will find, under other findings of fact, 5 things that needed to be addressed, reviewed, and considered. And until that time, the license was contingent upon compliance with the above facts of finding. It appears that the Planning and Zoning Office has been running with little or no oversight for some time, which has put San Miguel land use and residents in an environmentally toxic situation. Confidence and trust in the Planning and Zoning Supervisor is in question. Therefore, an investigation is asked for into the Planning and Zoning Department's decisions and actions, past, present, and future, to be conducted by an assembled, seated, and active Planning and Zoning Commission, the county manager, and our county attorney, to determine whether the Planning and Zoning Supervisor has overstepped his authority by not adhering to and or enforcing San Miguel County ordinances. County Ordinance Article 7, Section 7010-I. It is the responsibility of the Planning and Zoning Director to conduct inspections to determine compliance or non-compliance with terms of this ordinance. As well, items 7 and 8 should be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commissioner, the manager, and legal before the county commissioners make a decision. Anything with the words gas and oil mentioned absolutely needs to be seen by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Last time we entrusted the gas and oil ordinance prepared by Dr. Friedlich for $75,000 to our Planning and Zoning Supervisor. The document was edited, rendering it weakened and leaving San Miguel County open to possible loopholes by the gas and oil industry. We had to call Dr. Friedlich another $55,000 to re-strengthen the ordinance to protect San Miguel County land use from fracking and or gas industry exploration and drilling.
Can we conclude, Ms. Khan?
Okay, so on this issue, the appeal is not an issue that should be heard here. It never went to the Planning and Zoning Commission, where in Article 7, Administration and Enforcement, Section 7020D, the Planning and Zoning Commission shall hear and decide appeals where it is alleged that there is error in any order requiring decisions or determinations made by the Planning and Zoning Director in the enforcement of this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Cordia Samet. Emilio Aragon.
Thank you, Commissioners, county residents. My problem is it seems like we're getting a little thread going through here in all the presenters. And my particular issue is with the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. We just stomped over the contract, and if you don't think that's serious enough, it could open us up for all kinds of stuff. We've had the same LTAB, I understand, I don't know them, I've never seen them. I submitted a proposal, never had to defend it in front of them. I don't know what their job is, but I am told that they have been there nine years. It's kind of hard to believe, but anyway, that's from talking to the staff. So that malfeasance and misfeasance of contract law is pretty serious, and it seems like it went the same thread, common thread throughout. None of the LTAB, I understand, are from Las Vegas. When we did our proposal last year, we never met with them. Nobody came to see the event. They couldn't have known if we complied or not because nobody was there from the county or the LTAB. Now, how do they know if our money is being spent wisely or as proposed? Actually, the contract was received 3 days after the event. Now, that doesn't make sense to me at all. So what happened to our proposal, and why do we submit 9 copies or whatever it is if nobody's reading it, nobody's monitoring it, nobody's checking it out as to compliance with the contract provisions, and nobody cares if we're actually doing the event. So this year we've decided not to, because last year, if we'd have complied with our proposal, we'd have been in the hole for like $900, our little nonprofit. That's very irresponsible of the LTAB. If you're going to play the game of having us submit proposals and all that other fun and games, at least you ought to come and monitor what's going on. Otherwise, all our taxpayers' money is going down the drain and nobody knows if it's being complied with or not. I think we complied with it above and beyond, but that's my interpretation. I am not the LTAB. And I'd like to see some of these people around. I don't know who they are, and I don't know what responsibilities they have. I understand they're not even from town, so how would they know our cultural events if they are appropriate or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aragon. Morris Madrid.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. First, I want to ask your forgiveness for jumping the agenda line, but it's for good reason. We have our summer youth program that started. Their day ends at 3 o'clock. We made that adjustment so we could hire more youth. And I'm here today to ask Stephanie Ledger, our Special Projects Coordinator, to bring up her team so that they can introduce themselves to you.
I apologize for not recognizing that. Oh, that's wrong.
Hello, I'm Miguel Coca. I currently go to West Las Vegas. I'm a senior over there, and I am a part of this youth program, and I think we should keep it up because it's a good program for the youth.
Welcome to
And
the county. We're glad to have you.
thank you.
My name's Kyle Conway. I'm going to be a freshman at Robertson High School. I wanted to thank you, all you commissioners, for this position. I think it really is going to help.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Cameron, and I am currently going to be a freshman at Robertson, and I want to say thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alexis Apodaca. I'm going to be a junior at Robertson High School. Thank you for the opportunity to work with the summer youth program this year.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Zara Encinias. I'm going to be a sophomore at Robertson High School, and I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to let me work here.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maria Ortiz, and I'm going to be a junior at West Las Vegas, and just wanted to say thank you for letting me be a part of this program.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Desiree Apodaca. I'm going to be a sophomore this year at West Las Vegas, and I just wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to work here, and I think it's going to be a great experience, so thank you.
It's so refreshing to see our future here is so polite and so professional, and I wanted to thank Morris and Stephanie for working so hard to organize this program and get all the interviews done, and it looks like you chose very well. Thank you. Would any other commissioners like to say anything? Thank you again, Morris. Yeah. Okay, Chris Trujillo.
Hi, my name is Chris Trujillo. I'm the owner of All American Towing. It was number 5 on the agenda. Since our last meeting, we were waiting approval from DOT. I went down there and I spoke with Lauren Hatch. He's an attorney, deputy secretary or something like that. He said that he would check into it. I haven't heard from him. I talked to planning and zoning. They haven't heard from DOT either. But when I talked to Lauren, he said that he believes that it could be handled in-house without having to go to court. Because I was given a deadline to remove all the vehicles from my yard. That deadline has passed and I haven't removed the vehicles. I talked to Michael Otero's boss, I forget his name, and I asked him, well, what happens if I don't remove all the vehicles? He said, well, it could go from as little as us doing nothing to us taking it to court. And I asked him, well, after the 30 days, who will contact me? He said, I don't know. And I asked a bunch of questions, and he said a bunch of I don't knows, so that's why I went to Lauren Hatch. So we're still waiting on them, but since our last meeting, I got a business license through PRC. I have my PRC number. I got a business license through the county. And since then, I received an anonymous complaint to the environmental department, and I had Surface Water Quality Bureau and Hazardous Waste Bureau. They both showed up at my yard and they called me saying that they wanted to meet with me so they can inspect my yard. I went over there, walked them through the yard. They said that that was one of the nicest looking junkyards they came across in a while. They had no issues with surface water. As far as disposal of the oils and fluids from the vehicles, I advised them that I had storage containers at my shop, which is a little bit down the road from my junkyard. I took them over there, they inspected the shop, they took pictures, they said that everything looked great, that I wasn't in violation of anything, and they sent me this letter saying that they were closing out the complaint. So they had no issues with it. And I had also, since the last meeting, got reported to the Dealer Licensing Bureau. They contacted me and they said that, someone reported that I was selling cars without a license. So they sent out a packet for me to get my dealer's license and my VIN inspector's license. That is still in the mail. I'm waiting to receive that. And also, since the last meeting, I, of course, now I'm a certified towing company. We had an accident at like 4:30 in the morning right there by my house, which is right off of I-25. I heard it. I hopped in my truck, went over there, found there was 2 cars involved in the accident. There was a lady, her pickup got completely totaled. I helped her out, got her in my vehicle. We waited for state police and the paramedics to arrive. I got her consent. I towed her vehicle to her house. She got checked out by paramedics. She told them that she didn't want to go to the hospital. They cleared her, and she advised them that she wanted me to take her to her house because I was the first on scene. I even lent her my shoes. She lost one of her shoes. I lent her my shoes so she could walk to her vehicle.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. You're going to have to conclude your argument here.
All right, well, my point is, I was first on scene before state police or first responders because of my location. So I think that my business being in the location that it is good for the community. I can provide first aid or whatever needs to happen before anybody arrives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. Mr. Chris Wolf.
Commissioners, Chairman Ulibarri, Dr. Martinez. My name is Chris Wolf. I'm the administrator at Alta Vista, and thank you for your time today. I would like to introduce Marla Martinez. She's our outreach coordinator and community program, senior citizen program director at the hospital. And when I'm not here or available, she will be attending for me, and we welcome the opportunity to bring new information to this board. So thank you. I passed out something to the commission, and that's an update. My last meeting, I referenced the numbers in that document as being a draft, and this is the final document. And I'm very proud to be able to share this with you and the public. And it has been in the newspaper and will continue to show our community efforts in economic development and growth. If I may, I want to digress just for a second. I noticed that the young people, the young students that were here with the youth program that you all put together, I recognize one or two of them, and what an outstanding group of people. And so kudos to Mr. Morris and others who put this together, and thank you, Commission. It's absolutely going to make a difference, and I hope that you'll continue to do that. So thank you for letting me digress for a minute. I do want to just inform you about a couple of things. You probably noticed in the newspaper we made an announcement about the OBGYN opening. The clinic will be opening in September, and then the OB unit at the hospital will open in October. So we have signed physicians that are willing to come. Still have a lot of work to do. We've got some RNs that we're recruiting and trying to hire, as well as a pediatrician. So we're very, very excited about that, and thank you for your support, your interest in helping us to bring these physicians and providers to our community. The other is beginning of August, Dr. Jesus Tafoya, I think is a graduate of Robertson, will be coming to Las Vegas to open his practice. And so we welcome anybody looking for a primary care physician. He will be available and working Monday through Friday. And so we're excited about being able to extend the access to primary care. The other is community events. We were able to participate in this year's 4th of July festival and the parade. And thanks to Marla and her team, we were able to take first place on our float with under commercial business. So we're very, very thankful for this commission and the work that you do. And I hope this update's helpful. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I appreciate that.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for attending our meeting the other day. Thank you.
Carla Molinar.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Carla Molinar, and I have lived in New Mexico for 10 years. I'm a student. I'm soon to graduate from UNM. And I immigrated with my family about 10 years ago. New Mexico, and the reason why we immigrated is because we were escaping poverty. New Mexico has been my home, where the people that I love and admire live. I am grateful to the commissioners and the people of New Mexico for the legacy they leave behind and standing together for resolutions that protect our community, such as Freedom Cities. Because I believe that this legacy that they live together contributes to protecting our community and bringing unity. The opportunities I have here, because I live in New Mexico, have included obtaining an education, and getting to learn about the political process, which is something that I'm very passionate about, and also working to make a difference in education, health, and economic issues. This would not be possible without having a state that is so welcoming and protective of immigrants and people of color. And I really want to thank New Mexico and the San Miguel County for setting an example for communities that have been under attack and protecting them. I believe that resolutions such as this are positive and healthy for our communities to feel safe and make contributions to our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jeneth? Is that Antion?
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jeanette. Good afternoon. My family and I migrated from Mexico 14 years ago. I am thankful for this community for being so welcoming. We traveled here looking to find better opportunities and a better life. These resolutions give my family, myself, and my community some peace and the feeling of being safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Crystal Urioste?
Good afternoon. My name is Crystal Urioste. I came to speak to you guys last year about the San Miguel County Jail. And I came to speak to you on behalf of my sister, Cristina Urioste. She had been incarcerated here in San Miguel County Jail for 7 months, and a lot of things happened there. Like, she's seen people getting shot up, held down, and there's cameras in the facility. Nothing got done. She got beat up, jumped, put in solitary confinement for 48 hours. Sometimes she'd be put in solitary confinement for up to 9 days for other inmates. And I just want to see why nothing has been done. I came to you guys a year ago about the same problem, and still nothing's been changed. Actually, it's worse. I've heard more things that happen. Inmates sleeping with guards, guards working for inmates. Instead of guards working for the jail, they do for inmates instead. And I wanted to know what's going to be done about this. I came a year ago and still nothing's been done, and I just would like to see something changed in the community for people that do go in there for violent crimes. My sister went in there for an violent crime, and now she's getting treated like she's trash. And I just wanted to see what you guys are going to do about the jail and their crimes. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your concerns and bringing those to us, Ms. Urioste. Eugene Urioste?
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Eugene Urioste. I'm here on behalf of my daughter, Cristina Urioste. And she was sentenced for something that wasn't a violent crime. People are convicted for killing people. They get less time than what my daughter got. And, you know, I'd understand if she would have killed somebody for her to get the time that she got, but she got 7 years for something that wasn't even violent. Her first offense ever in her life. She's been a person of this community forever. She's worked at the credit union for 13 years. She had never been in trouble in her life till one time in her life, and they send her for all this time, which I don't understand how these laws work here in this town. And the thing is, I want to know who is policing our police officers in this town, because all they do is harass my family, which we don't have nothing to do what happened with my daughter, and all they do is harass this lady that was just up here. They drive up next to her, roll down the windows. You know, the cops are supposed to have respect, and they're doing this to my daughter. You know, and I could name them if you folks would like to know who they are. And the thing is, who is commissioning our cops here in this town? Who is responsible for what they do wrong in this town? Our police officers. You know, my brother was a police officer back in the 80s and 70s. This town was perfect back then. He was a cop with Matt Sandoval, Chris Nahad, Philip. You know, those are the kind of cops that we need here in Las Vegas. Not the youngsters that we have now that there's nobody policing them. They just do whatever they want. They do the laws that they want, that they're only for certain people. You know, if you make a crime, you know, and oh, he's the son of somebody, that's somebody in this town, so it's like, let him go, man. You know, and then my daughter, you know, she gets charged with all this stuff, and they end up giving her 7 years, you know. This is what I don't understand. How are our laws supposed to be working for the community if all they do is hurt our children? You know, I know people make mistakes, but one mistake, there's people that have done 5, 6 mistakes, and they're still roaming our streets. And the thing is, the people of this town know exactly who these people are that are doing these crimes, and they still get away with it because of their last name. Because of the last name? Come on. The laws should provide for all of us in here. All of us. You know, it should be right for all of us. If you make the crime or commit the crime, you should get the punishment. But no, it's because, oh no, he's the son of a, you know, of the principal of Robertson, or he's the son of a teacher from Robertson or from West, or whatever the deal is. And that's not the way it should be. The punishment should fit the crime for the people that commit the crimes. And the thing is, this town is so old. I'm 57 years old. I had never been in trouble till I turned 54. You know, and they make me look like if I'm a murderer here in Las Vegas, which I don't understand. But the thing is, the same people commit the same crimes, and they get in and out, in and out. It's like a revolving door in this jail here. And the thing is, I was incarcerated here in this jail for a long time for something that I did not do. I didn't do it, but the thing is, the person went into the courtroom, said she made a mistake by calling the cops, but no, the DA picked up the charges and they still charged me with it. After, yeah. But thank you, folks, for listening.
I suggest that you go to the city council if you have issues with the city police.
All right, thank you very much.
Always Smollett.
I'm going to follow up on this issue because I support this incredible, wonderful family, Cristina Uriarte. Our justice system is broken, and our prison system is broken, and what is really broken is our 45-year-old $1 trillion war on drugs, so-called war on drugs. This has been a complete failure that has destroyed millions of families. Our government spends around $51 billion every year on the U.S. war on drugs. We have the highest number of people in prison and in the world. Over 2 million people of our people are in jail. Of these, disproportionately are blacks and Hispanics. Why am I telling you all this? Because our own Cristina Uriarte has been sentenced to 7 years in prison for her drug addiction. A mother of 3, and her children are crying for her and showing serious signs of disturbances because their mother has been taken away from them. Cristina has been in our county jail for too long, and now she's on her way to prison. This has shattered her entire family beyond belief. Drug addiction, which is an illness, has to be seen for what it is in our country, an epidemic health crisis. When we send people to prison instead of treatment, we are contributing to having their lives wasted and destroyed. I do not understand, and many people in the community are asking, why did Judge Abigail Aragon and Prosecutor Tom Clayton be so determined to send Cristina to prison instead of seeing that she went for treatment for her drug addiction? In conclusion, I am requesting that you, the commissioners, start a dialogue with our judges and prosecutors for them to shift their focus from punishment to treatment for all drug addictions. Too many precious lives in our community are at stake, and needless to say, we desperately need a rehab facility. And decriminalization is really on its way in this country. It's changing. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
And
Molly.
my video is on your desk. I'm the one who made it for the farmer's market. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you for the DVD. George Dempsey. Is George Okay, George. Selena Fernandez.
Hello, good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Thank you to the county commissioners and the chairman for having me here. My name is Selena Fernandez. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my family. My family and I came to the U.S. or to New Mexico about 13 years ago. We are a family that consists of six members, three of which were born in Mexico, my father, my mother, and my sister Diana. A few years ago, my parents got their residence, and then later my sister Diana got approved for DACA. But today I want to tell you about an experience that I had in the border. When I was younger, I was crossing the border with my sister Diana when she got her visa ready to show it to the ICE agent. To her surprise, her visa was expired. She started crying and was very afraid. Just like her, I was very afraid. My parents were very afraid. I remember my parents telling her to be calm, to not be nervous, to not cry, and that everything was going to be fine. My sister was able to calm down and was lucky enough to cross the border into the U.S. Today I reflect back to that story, and I asked that one question: why was my sister so afraid at that moment? So with this story, I just want to say that my hopes with this new Freedom Cities resolution is that this resolution will end all fears of deportation among immigrant communities and provide safe spaces for immigrants. I want to thank you again for taking this resolution into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gustavo? And I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. If you can please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Gustavo Echeverria. I am a senior at Highlands University. Today I will be speaking to the Section 2 on the agenda, also the resolution. I want to give a little background of myself. I came to the United States. Well, I migrated to the United States when I was only 8 years old. We had some struggles through my whole education system. I stopped once I got to high school. I didn't continue my college education. The reason because some teachers, even my mentors, told me that I couldn't apply to any university due to my legal status in the United States. So right now I am a DACA student, and with all these laws that are going on with this new president, we are under attack, and not just us immigrants, but the LGBT, everyone is under attack. And with this resolution, I just want to say, everyone in the audience who's in favor for us to pass this resolution here in San Juan County, can you please stand up and support us, please? I just want to let you see how many people are in support of us. Thank you so much.
Ana Hernandez. Or Anaya.
Thank you, Chairman and County Commissioners. As a woman of color, I want to start off thanking all of the commissioners for your time. I'm really thankful in how this community has been really welcoming and open in hearing our voice. As a student in Highlands and a friend of United World College, I feel everyone is my family and would like for them to feel safe. And I would just thank you all for coming and supporting the resolution. Thanks.
Thank you. Robert Pearson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bob Pearson. I live in Rosiada. I'm a member of the local Amnesty International group, and I serve as the legislative coordinator for New Mexico, which is a volunteer position. I was involved in the presentation less than a month ago of the resolution to the City Council to support the resettlement of refugees in New Mexico. And I hope that that resolution is going to pass this month. So we're dealing here with people, refugees and immigrants, and they are often confused. What they both have in common is that they are often fleeing violence, war, persecution in their countries. And in that situation, they have a right under international law to seek safety in another country. A difference between them is that the refugees have documentation, the immigrants often do not. But this does not affect the legal right that they have to come to this country. They do need, since they don't have documentation, they do need additional protections. And the sort of part of the protection that they need is that their personal information will not be released to other agencies which may use that information to violate their human rights. So I believe this resolution, which is number 2 on the agenda, says that city officials should look at, county officials should look at the legal requirements of releasing information. I would urge that they also consider what information is needed to be collected. And if it is not needed to be collected, don't collect it. Because if we are asked to share information that we don't have, we can say sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ariel? Honey?
Good afternoon, everybody. Manager, commissioners, chairman, and everybody else. My name is Ariel Hani. I'm a resident here in Las Vegas, New Mexico, and I would like to speak in support of item 2 on the agenda today also, the resolution supporting refugees and immigrants in our community. I have the good fortune of having been born a citizen of this country, but many people don't have that good fortune. I am a graduate of the United World College and have chosen to make Las Vegas my home community. I graduated almost, 9 years ago. My 10-year class reunion is this summer. So, and I'm very pleased and proud to have been in Las Vegas for that time. I think that it's amazing that Highlands is one of the few universities in the country that doesn't ask for proof of citizenship for its students to attend. I've had, because of my citizenship, the right to travel to other countries and enjoy and be welcomed there without question and without persecution. And I wish that the U.S. was a little more generous in those ways across the board. But considering that it's not and that things happening at the federal level are perhaps a challenge to that, I am very pleased to see that the county has taken this issue into consideration and has the resolution on its agenda for today. So I want to thank all the people who've worked very hard to get it this far. I want to thank the commissioners for considering it, and again, I strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Lehan?
Thank you. I'm Pat Lehan with the Las Vegas Peace and Justice Center. We're here to stand in strong support of Resolution 07-11-2017-CM. Strong support. You have just received a packet. Some of the letters may be familiar to you that were prepared for the last meeting, and others were just written in the last couple of days from organizations and businesses around town that strongly support this resolution as well, and that's just a sampling. There are many more people who wish that they could be here to stand in support with the young people. I want to thank the commissioners for being willing to consider this resolution. It's taken up a lot of your time. You've done a lot of research and really studied it legally, and so I'm just here to say something about courage. Even though your resolution is within the law and it's not anything outside the bounds of the law, it takes courage to do what you're doing, considering the rhetoric at the national level. So thank you for your courage. I want to thank San Miguel County Sheriff Gary Gold, who at the last meeting said something very profound for law enforcement, which was that he, in relation to this resolution, no one should live in fear in our county, including the students who are just trying to go to school here. So a shout out to him and his courage as well. But really the deepest, deepest courage goes to the young people who are willing to get up here and share publicly their family stories, and we strongly support them, and we hope you pass the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lehan. Georgina Ortega.
Good afternoon. My name is Georgina Ortega. I'm a resident of the city of Las Vegas in the county of San Miguel for over 20 years now. I want to start off by saying I have lived the fear that these young adults and their families have lived. As a migrant worker in California, born in the Napa Valley, my parents were born in California, my ancestors, my great-grandparents were born, some of them Yaqui Indians, Blackfoot Indians, in the United States. As a migrant worker in the fields, the immigration was always coming, always. And we would be rounded up. American citizens, where is it that says tattooed on your forehead or on your body that says that you're an American citizen of the United States? Because we have to remember, America, North or South America? You got to ask yourself. And I remember asking the police, well, I'm an American. I was born in America. I said, what continent were you born in? He looked at me like I was stupid. But I was absolutely right. What continent were you born in? And where does it say that you are a U.S. citizen of the United States? As a migrant worker, traveling from Bakersfield, California, the Central Valley, to the Canadian border, and going 20 miles into the Canadian border to pick fruits and vegetables? Where do you have time to carry your passport, your birth certificates, or any identification? You don't. You're lucky you have your bedding. You're lucky you have some food and pots and pans to cook in. So I lived that fear. And I stand proud to know that my county representatives are passing a resolution. I hope that you think about this sincerely, because it will be you someday that they're going to go after. Because history has always repeated itself. And these young people here deserve every opportunity, and any other person that comes into our community who is an immigrant, because we were all immigrants. Every black, white, yellow, orange, purple, whatever you want to declare your nationality, you identify with. We were all immigrants. And I hope that you guys look in favor of this resolution, because I stand here as an American citizen of the United States, and I had that fear. And it could happen to any one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. Miguel Ángel.
Son los años. I too am speaking in support of the resolution. I think we should stand tall and in the forefront of supporting our Mexican brothers and sisters and our Central American brothers and sisters. They helped build this country. Without Mexicanos or without Central Americans, the Southwest would not be where it is today, including California or Texas or anybody else. The Mexicans have been the instrument of exploitation all throughout those years. The U.S. has used and abused Mexico from the time it invaded in 1846, and in the process of capturing Mexico City, killed at least 250,000 civilians, and then stealing one half of the Mexican nation, making the largest land theft, second only to the Indian land theft in the last 200 years. In the words of Henry David Thoreau, an American poet, said, "Poor Mexico, so far from God and so close to the United States." Mexico, Mexican citizens and Chicanos have been at the brunt of American racism ever since. From the earliest days, Mexicanos have been kept at the margin of society and have had their labor exploited and their human rights violated. During the 1930s, the U.S. deported close to 2 million Mexicanos back to Mexico under the Repatriation Act, with about 60% of them, the deportees, were citizens of the United States. So if you look like a Mexican, you're a Mexican. I'm proud to say I'm Mexicano, and I'm a Chicano. I've been here for a couple of hundred years, but my folks here were Mexicanos, and I'm proud to say that. Every administration since then has continued the deportation, with Obama deporting over 2 million Mexicanos and Central Americans. They call him the deporter in chief because he deported more Mexicanos than any other president, all presidents put together. The U.S. has created havoc in the Mexican economy, what with the exploitation of the maquila workers in Mexico, who often make slave wages. The Mexican government must pay over 50% of its national income just to pay the interest on the national debt to the United States. Half of everything they earn goes to pay the interest on the debt to the United States. The enormous poverty that most Mexicanos have had to live under has been the underlying reason for the cartels in that country who produce and sell drugs to its best clients, the U.S. population. So poverty is the critical cause of immigration to the United States, and they have no choice but to leave. And adding to the crisis of unemployment and underemployment in the U.S. administrations have pitted poor Mexicans against poor U.S. citizens. I'm just about through. Amazingly, in today's world, the U.S. government has criminalized the crossing of a border in order to save themselves. It's a crime to cross the border to attempt to save yourself and your family. And they're asking the communities to assist them in apprehending undocumented Mexicans. So I'm not a policeman. I'm not part of the federal government. I do not think that we want our city and our county to assist racist politicians to enforce a thoroughly racist practice. I hope that we all support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. Salvador Higgins.
Buenas tardes, comisionadas y comisionadas. Aquí truje estos para darles a ustedes, que son las que están aquí ahora, porque en el año 2013 comencé a aprender del fracking, del peligro que había con el fracking, todo. Y no nomás el fracking, todos los minerales que hay en el mundo van a dañar este mundo. Una cosa que no había dicho en lo pasado, los temblores de tierra también que están ocurriendo, los temblores de tierra y de todo esto que nos está viniendo a causa de esto. Las cabañuelas me indicaban a mí cómo estamos, con la seca que estamos. En pedacitos está cayendo las aguas, luego ya deja de caer, granizo, nos está viniendo todos los daños a este mundo. Yo voy por lo que dice Dios en su Santa Biblia. Los millonarios, todos los millonarios van a estar a favor de todo esto, de hacer todo esto, lo que están haciendo, el presidente, el medio y todo, de hacer los frackings y todo. Pero dice la Biblia que al último momento Él los va a mandar vacíos a todos y a todos los pobres no, que los va a recibir. Ahí es donde estoy esperando yo de recibir de todo el Señor. Si esta caja de corte estuviera desde el basement hasta acá arriba llena de billetes de cienes, yo no los quisiera. Yo quisiéramos un ranchito con todos los productos que vienen de esto, pero ahorita no vamos a tener productos de esto por los daños que le están haciendo a todo el mundo y lo van a hacer y vamos a seguir en esto que el mundo se va a acabar ahorita si seguimos así. Pero ya te lo di el tuyo, yo no tengo ni cómo ver esto, pero los agarré de eso. Aquí están, gracias a Dios que he aprendido todo esto y ustedes ya están aquí más antes, ustedes han sabido lo que hemos estado hablando esto y yo quisiera seguir aprendiendo más de esto. Y todos estos minerales, el Río Grande que se está echando a perder las aguas con los minerales, los reyes y todo. Ahorita ¿dónde vamos a estar ahorita en este mundo? Va a estar fea la cosa como va a seguir y las quemazones y todo, como la estamos viendo, eso va a seguir acabando cuanto hay. Voy a darte el tuyo allá porque ya el tuyo aquí.
Gracias, señor Higgins. Gracias. And our last public speaker of the day, Kathy Sweden. Is that? Okay. So that will conclude the public comment section. And because Ms. Martinez moved item number 2 to item number 1, Resolution 07-11-2017-CM, a resolution to safeguard residents' sensitive personal information, the commitment by San Miguel County to human and civil rights, the established rule of law and its status as a welcoming community for immigrants and refugees, and directing the county manager and the county attorney to assess the county's legal rights and responsibilities under application of law. And before I read this resolution, I just want to state that everything that's in this resolution has been practiced in San Miguel County for many, many years. This isn't anything new. We've practiced this forever. The Sheriff's Department, the jails, and certainly our city law enforcement. So this is just putting it on paper and getting on the record to tell those, whoever is threatening us, that we stand by the people, and we stand by our community members regardless of their documentation. Whereas, through many centuries, San Miguel has been a home to many migrants and immigrants who came to San Miguel seeking a better life for themselves and their families. And whereas, a substantial portion of our local population is of Hispanic heritage, with many of those having roots in northern New Mexico since the arrival of Coronado in 1541 to the original Spanish explorers in the area, Native Americans. Whereas, we the people of San Miguel, a community with rich and lasting multicultural traditions and history of tolerance towards all peoples, cultures, traditions, and history of tolerance towards all peoples, cultures, traditions, and lifestyles, recognize our right to define our way of life, and whereas the human and civil rights of the residents of San Miguel are inviolate and shall not be diminished or otherwise infringed. To that end, no county ordinance, resolution, or policy shall be enacted or adopted, nor shall any action be condoned which discriminates on the basis of ethnicity, race, age, religion, creed, color, national origin, ancestry, sex, gender, sexual orientation, physical or mental disability, medical condition, or citizenship status. And whereas the County of San Miguel will adopt policies that welcome, integrate, and embrace migrants, immigrants, refugees, and their families into the local community, irrespective of citizenship status. And whereas the county, its agents, agencies, officers, and employees in performances of all official duties shall not, to the extent of legally possible, assist or voluntarily cooperate in naturalization, service, investigation, or arrest procedures relating to the alleged violations of immigration law. And whereas San Miguel County declares action on the and the county will be a community where all persons will be treated equally with respect and dignity regardless of their immigration status. And whereas the County of San Miguel declares that no county resource will be used to identify or apprehend any non-citizen on the sole basis of immigration status unless otherwise lawfully required to do so. And whereas the county has long recognized the contributions made to the county's economy and its culture by the community of immigrants, often lived in mixed status families with U.S. citizen children, and are longtime residents of the county. And whereas the use of resources by the county to enforce federal civil immigration laws both diverts resources from other productive services for people of San Miguel and undermines a productive and trusting relationship between the immigrant community and the County of San Miguel. And whereas the County of San Miguel has authority to preserve the confidentiality of certain private and sensitive information of its residents obtained for the purpose of carrying out our essential county functions, and the residents of San Miguel have a basic expectation of the certain sensitive and private information that will not be disclosed. And whereas the 10th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States provides that the powers that are not delegated, expressed, or by implementation to the United States or prohibited to the states are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people, has been interpreted by the U.S. Supreme Court to preclude the federal government from compelling or commandeering any state or local government, either directly or by the use of coercive threats, to withhold federal funding, to adopt federal programs, or to enforce federal laws, including immigration laws. And whereas between 1990 and 2013, a number of unauthorized immigrants in the United States more than tripled from 2.35 million to 11.2 million, while FBI data for the same period indicates that violent crime declined 48% and property crime declined 41%. And whereas the productive relationship between the county and immigrants living in San Miguel would be undermined if the county were to retreat from its long-standing support of immigrant-friendly policies. Now therefore, be it resolved that the County of San Miguel affirms and continues to abide by its non-discrimination and interrogation policies towards residents, irrespective of immigration and citizenship status. Be it further resolved that the County of San Miguel affirms its immigrant-friendly status and commitment to the established rule of law. Be it further resolved that the county shall strengthen its status as a welcoming community by adopting and implementing the following policies. No employee of the County of San Miguel shall make or initiate any inquiry regarding the immigration status of any person except as required by law, including without limitation to determine eligibility for county employment or federal benefit or program administered by the county. No employee of San Miguel should disclose to any person or agency outside the county government any sensitive information about any person that comes into the employee possession during the course and scope of that employee's work for the County of San Miguel except as required by law in order to provide the county service or carry out a function of a county government upon receipt of a valid court order or request pursuant to the New Mexico Inspection Public Records Act, NMSA 1978, Chapter 14, Article 2. Sensitive information includes confidential identifying information such as social security numbers or individual tax identification numbers, a person's place or date of birth, a person's status as a recipient of public assistance or as a crime victim, and a person's sexual orientation, physical, mental disability, immigration status, or national origin. The county manager shall, within 60 to 90 days of passage of this resolution, provide the governing body a copy of updated policies and procedures relating to the application for U visa certifications as approved and reviewed by the appropriate parties. The county elected and appointed officials, employees shall refuse access to all non-public area of the county property by federal immigration agents for the purpose of enforcing federal immigration laws who do not present a warrant issued by a federal court specifically requiring such access. All county departments and employees shall accept driving authorization cards and non-Real ID compliant identification cards issued by the State of New Mexico Motor Vehicle Division. County departments shall not use the voluntary federal E-Verify system to investigate or determine the work eligibility of applicants for the county employee unless required by law for the purpose of administrating a federal benefit or program. The county to improve language access to the county services and programs for its diverse, multicultural, multilingual residents, and to that end, the county manager shall undertake a review of the potential language barriers throughout the county government that may limit such access and recommended to the county governing body a means to address identified barriers, including the need for professional translation and interpretation services with the goal of improving access to county services and programs by non-English speakers. The San Miguel County Commission commits to supporting the formation of a working group with the Los with the Las Vegas City Council and the governing bodies of West Las Vegas School District, Las Vegas City School District, Pecos Independent School District, New Mexico Highlands University, Luna Community College, United World College, and other community partners to consider methods in accordance with the law of providing protection and support to immigrant workers, families, youth in our community. San Miguel shall continue to promote enforcement and defend county policies and procedures that protect the human and civil rights of all residents, ensure adherence to the non-discrimination policies. The county manager shall communicate these policies to all county employees in accordance to the Human Resources Department policies. Be it further resolved that the county manager and the county attorney are directed to assess and report to the governing body the county's rights and responsibilities under applicable law and identify all reasonable legal means to defend the county's policies and procedures. And now therefore be resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel, and I'll read this after there's any discussion and after the vote, the actual last part of the resolution of its passage. So I'll open the floor to any commissioners that would like to comment on this resolution or questions. Or
I'm ready to make a motion to approve the resolution.
will there be any more discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the board from Commissioner Varela to approve the resolution, seconded by Commissioner Nahad. And can we have a roll call vote on this, please?
Chairman Rock Ulibarri.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Arthur Padilla. Commissioner Janice Varela.
Aye.
Commissioner Maria Martinez.
Aye.
Commissioner Chris Nahad.
Aye. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel, by unanimously passing the resolution, passed and approved on this 11th day of July 2017 by the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel, New Mexico. Motion carries. Thank you all for your support. So now, item number 1 on the agenda. What's that?
There's a rock star.
So, recipient of the 2017 Risk Awareness Program awarded by New Mexico Association of the Counties, Ms. Dawn.
Good afternoon, Commission, County Manager, Ms. Gonzalez. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the San Miguel County employees. They were given an award at the New Mexico Association of Counties for their accomplishments in reducing our workman's comp claims by 26%, our multi-line claims by 29%, and our law enforcement claims by 9%, which is an amazing goal considering that I was informed by New Mexico Association of Counties that our goals were set too high to achieve in the middle of last year. So I'd like to put a big kudos out to our county employees, because without their confidence and their focusing on safety, this would not have happened. So I'd like to give them a big kudos.
Thank you. That was information purposes only. No action needs to be taken. Item number 3, Robert Rules of Order. I'm the presenter. So at last meeting, we passed out some books for everyone to review to see if we are going to adopt that particular Robert Rules of Order edition. So I'll open up for a discussion. If anybody would like to discuss.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Commissioner Nahad to approve, to adopt this book.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 4, DWI grant agreement with DFA to fund the San Miguel County DWI program. Yolanda Cruz. Ebony.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yolanda actually had to go drop off our grant agreement in Santa Fe, so you get me. And Monica. We're just requesting that our LDWI grant get approved for the 32 grand. That's all I pretty much got told to do, is come
Okay.
bring you paperwork.
Commissioner Maria makes a motion to ratify the approval. Seconded by Commissioner Nahad. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All those in favor, motion carries. Thank you, Ebony. Item number 5, appeal of a conditional use permit. This was tabled. Mr. Tafoya, I believe at our last meeting. Alex Tafoya is our presenter.
Good afternoon. This is appeal of conditional use permit number CU-0245. At the May 10th, 2017 Commission meeting, the Board of County Commissioners tabled the appeal of conditional use permit CU-0245 until further notice from the New Mexico Department of Transportation, DOT, concerning an application for junkyard approval submitted to DOT by Mr. Christopher Trujillo. Since that time, the county has been advised by the Department of Transportation that the license for the junkyard submitted by Mr. Trujillo will not be approved. So the matter of the appeal still remains. And back at the May meeting, the Board of County Commissioners determined that the county should wait and hear from the DOT in regard to the status of Mr. Trujillo's application for junkyard approval. So we received a copy of the letter issued by DOT. We received that on June 12th. And pretty much essentially, the DOT advised Mr. Trujillo that his application for a junkyard is not going to be approved. They also advised him that the operation be removed from the property. And we were then told that perhaps the DOT was going to reconsider the application. So I contacted Mr. Otero, who provided the denial, the letter of denial. Contacted Mr. Otero at DOT on the 29th of June, and he advised that he's not aware of any reconsideration of Mr. Trujillo's letter of denial. I spoke to Mr. Otero's supervisor on the 30th of June, Mr. Hatch, and he advised that he was not aware of DOT's reversal of the denial of Chris Trujillo's permit. That was the only remaining item that the County Commission was waiting for. Just to refresh your memory a little bit, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved Mr. Trujillo's application for a conditional use permit under resolution number PZ-0258. This was done in November of last year. The resident of the Bernal area then appealed that decision, and this has been before the Board of County Commissioners probably 3 times at least. So what we're asking the Board of County Commissioners to do is review the letter from the Department of Transportation, which was attached to your packet, and then either deny the appeal which would uphold the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, or grant the appeal, which would overturn the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Just a question, if the DOT didn't approve it, can we proceed even as a county? Or we dead in the water? We can't.
The question, Commissioner Nahara asked, if the DOT didn't approve it,
Well, it's an interesting situation because if the Board of County Commissioners denies the appeal and then goes ahead with the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, well, there's still the issue of the DOT denying the application, so you can't operate. If the Board of County Commissioners grants the appeal and overturns the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, well, again, Mr. Trujillo can't operate because he doesn't have a DOT permit. In my mind, it's almost irrelevant, but the commission does. Now, the difference between the DOT's action and the Board of County Commissioners' action is whatever action the county commission takes can be appealed to the district court, whereas DOT advised that there is no appeal process for Mr. Trujillo to follow in regard to DOT's decision. So either way, a decision that the Board of County Commissioners makes, Mr. Trujillo can appeal that decision, or the individual that filed an appeal can appeal the decision. They can do that to district court. So it's almost a moot issue in that regardless of what the Board of County Commissioners does, there's still the issue of the denial of DOT's, denial by DOT of Mr. Trujillo's application.
Alex, can you state to them why DOT denied it? Remember that issue with the zoning? Can you let them know about that?
Well, there was an issue in regard to the zoning, if I may, in that the Highway Beautification Act, if a piece of property is within 1,000 feet of the interstate, can only be allowed, a junkyard can only be allowed if that property is zoned industrial or if it is considered an unzoned industrial area. San Miguel County does not, and I explained this to DOT, does not have a zoning designation of industrial. And all the entire county is zoned either A1 or A2 or traditional community, rural holding zone. The entire county is zoned, so we do not have an area that is unzoned that we could call unzoned industrial. And all commercial or industrial uses are allowed in the various zones of the county under a conditional use permit. So we don't have an industrial zone or an area that is considered unzoned industrial. And that was one of the factors that DOT looked at. Well, how can we approvalize a permit for a junkyard on a piece of property that does not fall under the zoning classification of industrial or unzoned industrial?
So if I understand correctly, Mr. Montoya, Tafoya, sorry, whether we deny or uphold the appeal, he can't operate because of DOT's...
Is not going to issue him a license, yes, or a permit. We're not going to issue him a permit. That's correct.
If he's going to add, I would like to add that is the scenic corridor, and it is federal mandate that you cannot have such a business in the scenic corridor. So federal and state Trump County. Thank you.
So,
If I may add to kind of like get a more straightforward Court. DOT denied the application because the county does not have industrial zoning. If the county had industrial zoning, they'd say, go for it. They don't allow you to have a business like that off of the state highway unless you.
You know, when we had a hearing on this, we had lots of comments and we went back and forth, and we were waiting for the information from the DOT, and I understand that you went to there and they were supposed to be working for you, but there's no competing documents that I can look at right now that say that they're working with you. All we have is this letter from the DOT saying that they're giving you 30 days to remove your business. So I suggest, sir, Mr. Cook.
That is off of a state highway.
I know, and we've discussed it, and we've had hearings on it, and I'm very much aware of your position.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I don't think that, you know, it's been back and forth. I think at this point, I want to make a motion to go ahead and grant the appeal.
So, granting the appeal. Okay, we have a motion on the table to grant the appeal by Commissioner Nahad. Seconded by Commissioner Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I recuse myself.
Yeah. Any abstentions?
Abstain. Thank you.
Motion carries. Item number 6 on the agenda, Lodgers Tax Board discussion. Glenn Post. This is for information purposes only. No action needs to be taken.
Let me get out of your way here. That's okay. I was going to talk about it, but pick it up anywhere. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Glenn Post, Lodgers Tax Advisory Board Chairman. I am here to talk about a variety of different lodgers tax issues. The first one I'd like to talk about is the possibility of changing of the lodgers tax ordinance for the county. As it stands right now, it's interpreted to be more than one lodging unit is to be taxed under the lodgers tax law, which is 5%, by the way, for this county. The intent at the time it was changed was supposed to be, or was supposed to read one or more. Somehow that got lost in translation, and it leaves us with a whole class of untaxable properties currently that really should be paying lodgers tax. The properties I'm talking about are basically B&Bs. We've got a whole list of bed and breakfasts throughout the county. Takes up a full page of paper. You have a copy of it, of course. And if one night all of these are all filled, it's $5,600 worth of revenue into the county, all of it, or most of it, which is untaxed. There might be one or two that does pay taxes on the lodgers tax if they're abiding by the more than one law, current law. One of the properties that's not taxed charges $3,000 a night, which is absolutely unbelievable. But they do get it. Their clientele is mainly out of New York, I've been told. If all these properties were taxed with lodgers tax of 5% for this one day, it would be $280.35. And if you multiply that by 100, which is less than a third of a year of occupancy, it would bring on $28,035 of lodgers tax money. Since a lot of these properties are not paying lodgers tax, it brings to mind some questions. Are they paying gross receipts tax? Do they have county business licenses? Are the properties safe or have they been inspected? Basically, I run a business, I pay my gross receipts tax. I no longer am a lodging property, but I did pay my lodging tax when I was. I believe everybody should abide by the laws and, help support the county. This county is one of the poorest in the state, and we can use all the money we need, can get to help
promote the businesses within the county, the lodging businesses within the county. I also have read the lodger's tax law, and quite honestly, I might be wrong, and this is up for legal interpretation, but the county can charge lodger's tax to all properties in the county, including in the city. That is my interpretation. It's up to you to determine if that's correct. That would bring in several $100,000 more to promote the county. City's bringing in about $300,000 or more in lodger's tax, and that would put us on par with them. The bed and breakfasts that we have here, most of them are on an online bed and breakfast website. There's 2 or 3 of them that I know of. One of them is Airbnb, and that's where I've got my list from. I know some municipalities have the bed and breakfast online companies collecting the taxes for the municipalities, which would be an easy, painless solution for the lodging properties, because they would still get their, in this case, $3,000, and the bed and breakfast online companies would pay the taxes for them. So there would be no real loss to them. So, you know, I would like to see you change the wording on that online, or the lodger's tax ordinance. Also, the largest property on the list, they bring in $3,000 a night, plus they do weddings and stuff like that. All of that stuff is supposedly be, you know, covered by lodging tax and gross receipts tax. They're claiming they're not a business. They don't do this. But every time they claim that, they pull their site off the web, and I imagine off the bed and breakfast sites, and then it pops up a couple minutes later. This has been an ongoing problem for, I think, about 2 years, and the county has really been powerless to collect the money. I don't know the procedure for that. I don't even know if it's written in the ordinance, but I think you need to really look into this. There's some money on the table that's not being, you know, pulled in. So that's what I got right now for, you know, bringing in more tax money for.
Thank you, Mr. Cross, and I would like to direct the manager with my colleagues here to go ahead and meet with you and the county attorney and look over that language and see if we can change that language, that ordinance, to boost the lodger's tax. That's not a tax on our community members. It's not a tax on our citizens. It's a tax on visitors, tourists. They're paying that usually when they stay at the hotel. So I would certainly support changing that language. If you could, Mr. Manager, meet with Mr. Post and the county attorney at some point in the near future and see if we can revise that ordinance. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr.
I have one more issue that wasn't related to the bed and breakfast. We're moving from a spring meeting agenda for the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board to a fall meeting schedule, and we're looking at opening it up to 2 or more meetings a year as needed to better serve the community and make it easier for the groups that are looking for money to receive the money that they get in time, in a timely manner. The board is planning to move the awards process for this year to September, and we were looking at a spring session for 2018, date to be set up yet. It will be advertised, of course, and then we will, you know, do additional meetings as needed, and that would be by either Alex's calling us or the county manager calling us to, you know, to meet. We're doing this basically to meet the community's needs because it's been requested. So
yeah, and that would resolve some of the issues we heard about today. Public comment. So,
we're also holding a workshop tomorrow at 1 o'clock at the Planning and Zoning Conference Room, and I will be reporting on this talk to them. And anybody that wishes to attend, well, you're welcome to, but this is going to be a workshop. It's not really a meeting, and that's why it wasn't advertised. County manager, the county attorney, or you're the commissioner? Yes. No, the planning and zoning. Third floor. Third floor. I assume that was yours, not anybody's.
That's everyone's meeting room.
All right, and do you have any questions for me?
Thank you so much. That's a great idea. Anybody that has ideas for revenue that doesn't tax the citizens, it's good news to me.
That's the nice thing about lodger's tax. It brings money into the community. It doesn't cost the citizens anything.
Thank you, Mr. Post.
Thank you.
Item number 7, authorize the fire chief to act as co-applicant. Alex DePoya.
The county has been in communication with a company called Comscapes LLC, and they've been, the initial communication started between Comscapes LLC and Mr. Mike Montano, who is the fire chief. What Comscapes is looking at doing is submitting an application for a conditional use permit to construct a wireless communications tower on property that is owned by the county. It's, that property currently houses one of the fire departments in the county. We've had 2 meetings. Where did Mr. Montano go? Oh, yes. In regard to that proposed application with the applicant and going over the requirements of the ordinance. One of the requirements is that requires the name, address, telephone number of the applicant. In this case would be Comscapes LLC, and any co-applicants and agents for the applicant or co-applicants. A co-applicant would include the landowner of the property, in this particular case, San Miguel County. So what we'd like to ask is of the Board of County Commissioners is to authorize the Fire Chief Eleuterio Mike Montano to serve in the capacity of a co-applicant representing the county in the application process with Comscapes LLC, and his role would be limited to just signing the application. Would not have anything to do with putting the application together or preparing the application to be submitted before the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Board of County Commissioners, but we need someone that would sign on behalf of the county. I can't do that obviously because the Planning and Zoning Office would receive the application, and we also felt that the county manager probably would not be the appropriate individual because he has to oversee what I do and make sure that it's being done correctly. So we would be checking our own work essentially. So Mr. Montano agreed that he could serve in that capacity if he's authorized to do so.
Any discussion on that? Questions? Set for motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahar.
Second?
Seconded by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Moya.
Thank you.
Item number 9, recommendations for Securus Technologies Incorporated to provide an inmate telephone service.
Did we H, skip 8?
Was I on 8?
Point of order. GE Environmental Inc. Do we just do it? GO?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, there are 2 Alex DePoya, Planning and Zoning.
Yes.
I apologize. Item number 8.
The county has an agreement with GL Environmental for professional engineering and consulting services as needed to provide technical services to ensure that the requirements of our county ordinance number 11-12-14-O and G are complied with applicants for conditional use permits for oil and gas drilling and exploration. we're in our finishing our first year of that agreement. We have not had to use GL Environmental because we have not received any applications. GL Environmental has indicated that they would like to extend the agreement for a second year. So we're asking the Board of County Commissioners to approve an addendum to the consulting services agreement, extending the consulting services agreement between San Miguel County, New Mexico, and GL Environmental, Inc. This is a service. Our county ordinance has built into it a technical review fee that is required of applicants when the application for a conditional use permit is submitted. That technical review fee is to be used to pay for the services of GL Environment.
So we haven't used them, we haven't paid them, am I correct?
That's correct. We haven't used, we haven't paid.
They're just listed as who we're gonna go to if anybody ever applies for a permit, and the fee, the permit goes to paying this outfit to do their research or whatever?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
This is just kind of holding them on the sidelines?
Yes, it allows us to have an engineering firm in place in the event that we don't have to go out and find one. So,
okay.
Now, we issued a request for proposals for this service a little over a year ago. So.
I recall, but we don't pay them, we don't use them.
Yes.
Am I correct? Okay. Open for discussion, if there's any questions. What's that for the motion?
I'll make a motion that we provide the addendum to the agreement.
Motion made to approve the addendum by Commissioner Varela. Second. Seconded by Commissioner Nahara. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 9.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. Warden Snedeker.
Mr. Chairman and all members of the San Miguel County Commission, Dr. Vidal Martinez, our executive, Ms. Gonzalez, and I recognize Mr. Brad Springer from the Holt, Minette, and Martinez law firm who provide services to San Miguel County, New Mexico. Mr. Chair and all members of the San Miguel County Commission, the contractual agreement for the provision of an inmate telephone service and an automated jail management system at the San Miguel County Detention Center by and between Securus Technologies and the San Miguel County Detention Center is presented for San Miguel County Commission review and approval. The contract is the result of a valid competitive sealed proposal process and approval at prior commission meetings to negotiate with Securus Technologies as the best provider to San Miguel County of such services. The contractual agreement has been reviewed by the San Miguel County Attorney, Mr. Brad Springer. I hereby request respectfully approval of the contractual agreement for those services. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Does this bring income to the county jail?
I'm unable to hear you, sir.
Does this bring revenue to the county jail?
The contractual agreement, and as asked for in our request for proposals, to answer the question, does not bring revenue to San Miguel County. It does not bring any costs to San Miguel County. The concept is to provide an inmate telephone service to detainees at the facility. The calling rates are set by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission at 15 cents per minute, no connect fee. Those are the best fees that I've seen in 14 years at the detention center. In addition, the detention center, Mr. Chair and all members of the commission, receive a automated state-of-the-art software jail management system, and I use that for every aspect of the facility, from receiving, reception, all the way through to discharge, to classification, separation, identification, etc. It is a very sophisticated system, and that system is worth approximately $186,000 in services provided over the course of the procurement period, which is 4 years. Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. You both asked me questions.
The concept is to provide, in its simplest terms, telephone services to detainees, and at the same time to have an automated, sophisticated jail management system.
Right, it's not just the phone for the inmates, it's so
I'm
much
getting
more.
those two systems together, so I'm providing a service to the detainees. That includes 22 phones, one in each pod, and all the service and maintenance of those, and then I'm getting the very sophisticated automated jail management system. Commissioner Nahar would recall, Sheriff Gold would recall, I can recall the old days of trying to manage inmates at the facility using paper and pencil, and these systems are very good, and we rely on them for all of our needs at the facility, including counting inmates, rostering inmates, as I said, separating them, classifying them, making sure they're lawfully committed to the facility, determining their health services needs, their visitation needs, etc., their commissary needs. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Any questions? Time for motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahat, seconded by Commissioner Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 10. Warden Seneca again on adult education agreement with Luna Community College.
Mr. Chair and all members of the San Miguel County Commission, a memorandum of agreement by and between Luna Community College and San Miguel County, New Mexico, which provides for adult education services and work readiness classes, along with literacy improvement for detainees who are housed at the San Miguel County Detention Center, is presented for commission review and approval. The agreement is for fiscal year 2018. This is a long-standing agreement we have had with Luna Community College, which we value at the facility. Adult education services are provided at no cost to the detention center, including the provision of instruction materials as well as an instructor, and we also have an aspect for a heavy equipment operator simulator program, which we will be working and have been working with Luna Community College, and we value the relationship. And based on all of that, I ask that the agreement be approved and reviewed and approved by the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners.
Thank you, Warden
Mr.
Seneca.
Chairman, I have a question. As far as what kind of numbers are we talking about? Inmates, are they low-level classified inmates, and you're transporting them to Luna? Does Luna come to the facility?
Adult education services are offered to all detainees at the San Miguel County Detention Center. It's a very specific population. Those are adult learners. We've done a lot of screening and assessing to determine the needs and the wants and the desires of the learners, including some of the traditional things which are tests of adult basic education, etc. All of the instruction takes place at the San Miguel County Detention Center. I don't have a massive number of learners, but I have the number that I need and that I want and that are interested. They are adult learners. And I would say approximately over 14 years I've had between the detention center and transitioning to Luna Community College, approximately 16 detainees who have earned their high school equivalency, and most importantly, developed skills that they are able to use in society to be lawful members of society and to earn and be good wage earners. And we're very excited about the program at the detention center that involves the heavy equipment simulator program, and we've had good success with it, and it's a very unique program. It addresses specifically needs within society, and we've had good success with that, including approximately 2 individuals who have completed all the levels, and those are folks that are going to go on to have very high-level wage-earning jobs. Commissioner Nahar and Mr. Chairman.
I have a question, Chairman. Warden Snedeker. Since incarceration in the county jail is in the short term and they're receiving these classes, do they have degree programs available to them too, or do you start them on that and then when they get out they can continue, or what kind of a engagement do they have with the facility at Luna?
Commissioner Varela and Mr. Chairman and all members, one of the key components that we discovered working over the years, and I'm happy to say that our manager, Dr. Vidal Martinez, worked very closely with me on this program for a number of years as we built it, is to have transitional services, and I feel we do now have the best transitional services that we have had over the years with Luna Community College, and obviously Commissioner Varela, critically important, so that whether it's educational services, health services, community services, we always want to have transitional care. Commissioner Varela, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Martinez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 11, Sheriff Gold. For information purposes only.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm going to try to make mine short and quick. Our symposium that we had, I guess a month ago, has it been that long? Throughout that thing, I sat down and obviously talked about collaboration with the city and ourselves within the county, and obviously we talked about public input today about our epidemic that we're having within our drug war within our county. So out of that meeting, I think a positive thing for commission and for obviously city council to know that the San Miguel County Sheriff's Office and Las Vegas City Police, in addition to state police, but they're not in this agreement, are working collaboratively to work together to try to target, make our community safer. So with that, just wanted to let you know that we did follow through on the agreement that Manager Trujillo requested, and of course our chairman and of course the board, that we have cross-commissioned a couple of officers to help with the narcotic situation that we're having within our county. Thank to Mr. Bradley and Mr. Damian Martinez, the owner of our attorney company, our interim attorneys, for reviewing, approving, and preparing the paperwork for this agreement. So just informational purposes is we're working together to move forward, and hopefully we can nip the iceberg of the narcotic situation that we have in our county, and we'll do the best we can to do our job.
Thank you for that follow-through after the symposium, you know, the steps that we take to collaborate to make this county better.
Correct.
I'm
I
just
said we do
curious-
it, so we do it.
Chairman,
Sorry.
I have just a comment, Mr. Question. There was an article in the New Mexican last week about this new drug called fentanyl that's much stronger than heroin.
Yes.
We've already had one, there was like 16 deaths in Santa Fe County, and we've already had one in San Miguel County. On this powerful new narcotic drug that's hitting our streets today. Are you aware of that? Have you made your deputies aware?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm very aware of that.
It's a synthetic heroin, is what I understand. Is that correct?
Most definite. Yes, it is. That's correct. What we have is Narcan training. We've had a collaboration meeting again with the city. With that, I think we're in the process of the purchase of each kit for each deputy and officer to wear is approximately $75. And that doesn't include the actual kit. So what I did is I put together a training last week. Each one has to go through the extensive training, and kit was actually awarded to us. So the kit will go in their bulletproof vest, will be there, and it'll be available at all times in case we have that situation. Since I've been the sheriff here in San Miguel County, we haven't experienced it with us. So I don't know where that one incident did occur in San Miguel County. I'm not too sure where it happened, but we weren't involved with it. But the deputies of San Miguel County are ready and prepared for that situation should it arise.
I understand that it's taking additional doses of Narcan to bring them back, where heroin, one dose could bring them back. This drug is requiring 2 or 3, 4 doses of Narcan to bring them back.
Yes, each kit has two doses. And I guess the question I'm going to be coming to Dr. Martinez on is try to find a budget for next year as to how we're going to replenish it. I hope to God we never have to use it. I hope that, you know, we don't need it, but we are prepared to utilize the dosages if necessary. But San Miguel Sheriff's deputies are ready for that situation should it arise.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and you answered my question that I was going to ask, so thank you so much.
Yes,
Bye.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any other?
That information, Sheriff.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Item number 12, ratification of insurance for San Miguel County volunteer firefighters. Fire Chief Montaño.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner, all members of the commission. Item number 12 is ratification of insurance for the San Miguel County volunteer firefighters. Recently, this division advertised a request for bids for insurance for the San Miguel County firefighters. One bid in the amount of $40,756 was received. This bid met and/or exceeded the requested amounts of coverage. At this time, this division is requesting ratification of the award of the request for bids to Hub International Limited for insurance for the San Miguel County volunteer firefighters for fiscal year 2017-2018.
Thank you, Chief Montaño. Questions? Now set for motion to ratify.
I make a motion to ratify?
Motion made by Commissioner Varela, seconded by Commissioner Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say at the same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Item number 13, authorization to begin discussions with the new owner of the Blood Ranch lease property. By Chief Montaño.
Again, good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner, all members of the commission. Item 13 is for authorization to begin discussions with the new owner of the Brush Ranch for the lease of the property on which the Pecos Canyon Volunteer Fire Station is situated. This division was made aware of a 20-year lease by and between San Miguel County and the Brush Ranch Partnership. The lease is for the property on which the Pecos Canyon Volunteer Fire Department is housed. The lease will expire in June 30th of 2018. It is understood that the Brush Ranch has been sold, and at this time, staff is requesting authorization to begin discussions with Mr. Larry Lujan, the new owner, to renew and extend the lease. We're asking for permission to grant authorization to begin discussions with Mr. Lujan.
So move, and I'd like to also offer my help if you need, since it's in my area.
Great, thank you very much.
Second that motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Varela, seconded by Commissioner Nahara. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, take the same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Chief. Item number 14, request to award the Sapio Rociada Fire Station Improvement Project.
Thank you, and once again, item 14 is to request the award of the Sapio Rociada Fire Station Improvement Project. Recently, this division advertised a request for bids for the Sapio Rociada Fire Station project. 5 bids were received. The lowest, most qualified bidder at that time was a bid of $74,400, and that was Mr. L.B. Regensburg. The next day, Mr. Regensburg contacted Mr. Kevin Balsier of Soleil West to pull his bid, and he believed there was a mathematical error within his bid. Mr. Balsier then recommended the county go with the next lowest qualified bidder, which was E.C. Salazar, with a bid of $88,000. At this time, staff is recommending, along with Mr. Balsier, of awarding of the Sapio Rociada Fire Station Improvements project to E.C. Salazar as the lowest, most qualified bidder.
Any discussion?
Motion to approve the award bid to E.C. Salazar.
Motion by Commissioner Nahat to award. Second by Commissioner Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all members of the commission.
Thank you, Chief. Diego Trujillo, do we only have one road today?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
Mr. Commissioners, and Dr. Vidal Martinez. Number 15, resolution number .7-11-17-RA01, the addition of Jagged Drive, a newly named private road to the official E911 road list of San Miguel County, New Mexico. During a routine audit of San Miguel County addressing data, it was discovered that there are 3 address structures on a single driveway located off of Sheridan Road per San Miguel County Ordinance number SMC-07-13-99-ORD-2, section 4.1-C, proposed to San Miguel Board County Commissioners. Please review and take appropriate action on road naming for any private road that provides access to 3 or more buildings and requires a name in order to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Letters were sent to the residents on September 9th, 2016, informing them of San Miguel's county intent to name the road. The deadline to submit a petition to select a different road name was October 14th. None of the 3 current residents responded within the allotted 30-day period. Subsequently, the name Jagged Drive is suggested as the name of the road. This name has been determined to be acceptable by the SMC rural addressing staff for San Miguel County Ordinance. Because this road naming was required and not requested by the residents, the $100 fee has been waived. Our request of the commission is to approve this resolution.
Where is that road located at?
It's in Sheridan.
Sheridan?
Motion?
Jagged.
Jagged Drive.
Jagged.
Jagged Drive.
Opposed?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Martinez to approve the resolution, seconded by Commissioner Nahat. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. Item number 16, Public Works Division Report for the month of June. Arnold Lopez. Arnold Lopez, you've been getting like flowers, cards, letters. I know I've been getting crazy phone calls about that road out there in Zapayo.
Hopefully they're all good.
They just love it. I've had a number of phone calls on that road in Zapayo. They're just like, Arnold's the man, you know, Public Works, Morris Madrid. Lots of calls. Good job.
That's great, thank you. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commission. Arnold Lopez here with our monthly report for June. We have motor grader Peter Vigil. He had been in Sena area B29A, also B20 or B66. In Halcon, we're on B41F, Curuco B41E, Rivera B26A, Bernal, also B55, B41B, and then also in Mez, he spent some time there addressing some bad spots on that road out to Mez on C53A. And then Juan Vigil had been in Garita area on C58B, in San Rafael on C56A, and then he also did some work on C53A in Mez. And Mr. Juan Vigil is retiring, so he is no longer going to be with us. He's got just a few days left, and we've started the process of hiring a new motor grader operator. So hopefully we get some good candidates and able to hire another operator. So Johnny Trujillo has been doing an excellent job also. He is on, or he had been in Ojitos Trios on A20, also on County Road C23 in the White Barn area, A17 in San Jeronimo, A19 also in San Jeronimo onto San Pablo. He had been up in Los Vigiles on A11E, and then also on the road that you're talking about, he's the one up there in San Ignacio on A3A, and then also we did some work on Les Dispensas on A3, and on numerous of these roads, material is applied as needed. So we've been, hauling material to these roads and address all the issues out there. And also we've had the labor crew out doing a lot of mowing, various county roads. We've had a lot of mowing to catch up with. Yes, sir. We got that.
That's why I haven't gotten a phone call yet.
Right, yeah, we took care of it. It's on the list. But, and then also the crusher has been operating, full speed. So we crushed in June, we crushed about 2,800 yards of base course and about 600 yards of waste. So we have a big stockpile for some of these upcoming projects that we are using our material on. But everything's going good with the crusher. That's about it.
Question on C23, how soon are they going to start that project? Do you have any idea?
I've been wanting to touch base with the engineer and see, he was about 90% in the engineering. So I'm assuming that we're getting close to letting it out for bid, advertisement and bid. Shouldn't be long.
I've been asked quite a bit about when it's going to start.
Yeah, we're hoping to get that paved before winter. So I'll push him on it though, and hopefully we can accomplish that.
Thank you for all your hard work, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you so much also for getting some attention out to Olla de Padre. And I'm not sure, I went yesterday, thanks for calling me. I appreciate being available and joining you on that ride. And were they able to finish what you were going to do, or did they?
Yes, I think we finished. Yeah, I haven't touched base with Peter, but we did haul material out to it, and I imagine we did accomplish what we needed to.
Great. And on the issues of material and hauling material, are there places available in Pecos and Villanueva? And I heard that there was one like in by San Isidro, where the county stores materials and stockpiles it. That way it doesn't have to come in from Vegas each time. So there's as needed that it would be closer to the site. Do we have that capacity?
As far as I know, no. I know previously they used to buy materials from different sources. And since we've been operating the crusher and really for cost reasons, that's the most effective way to operate.
So you have
really.
to bring it in as needed instead of keeping it closer to the site. I'm learning so much about roads. I'm not an engineer or road expert, but I've been learning. And also, I've got a lot of calls too on both the Cow Creek and Colonias roads that they're better than they've been in decades or ever. But, people have been asking to secure it a little better so you won't have to be going so often. And that would mean, I guess, bringing in additional materials and maybe capping it. And I think I brought this up at the last meeting. I'm always bringing it up. And I know we have limited resources, but are we going to be able to do that to finish off the Colonias and Cow Creek?
Yes, definitely. We will be able to get to those roads as soon as possible. Unfortunately, with weathers, we get a lot of calls, emergency basis, and a lot of times it prevents us from being able to do special projects like that you have to be there for an extended amount of time.
Yeah, and also the same thing as you're mentioning, special projects, the road, the old Colonias road and off the main East Pecos, I know that's going on. Is the mining company, have they started removing the material and doing what they were going to do?
No, they haven't started yet because again, the engineer is finishing his design on that project, and as soon as it's finished, then it'll go out to advertisement and bid. And then
one more,
contractor will then address all that.
Thanks. And one more on the main road in East Pecos before you turn off to the old Colonias road, that real low dip for my knee. I left my knee in 6th grade.
Yeah, right.
That one, I understand, we talked about that with the engineer, that the plan there was to elevate it and put a cañon under it, and I've understood that there were problems with the landowners 10 years ago when that was on the project. So I just did some digging and investigated, but that was one that people, because when, again, it's not like in a lot of places, when it rains, you can't cross that road in or out with, with the water running.
And what our thought is on that one, if depending and hope hoping, keep our fingers crossed that these projects that we're laying out to bid come under, engineer's estimate, and hopefully we'll have some additional monies that we can, address areas like that.
So is that's on the list then for the future?
Yeah, it's in consideration, yes.
Okay. Is there anything we need to do about that, or just wait and see?
Just wait and see if we have some funds available, after we complete the projects that we already have, scheduled and on the list.
Thank you so much.
Okay. If not, then we'll have to see how we address it with our resources.
Okay, thank you very much,
Sure,
appreciate it.
you're welcome.
Mr. Lopez, muchas gracias.
Sí, señor.
Item number 17, recommendation to ratify hiring Janine Cedillo.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Commission, Dr. Martinez. I'm requesting the approval to ratify the hiring of Ambrose Valdez to fill the vacant position of detention officer.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahad, seconded by Commissioner Martinez. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 18, Janine Cedillo.
Okay, so item number 18 is a request to approve and ratify the hiring of the above individuals for the 2017 Summer Youth Program. And I want to talk a little bit about this process. We received 37 applications. The committee interviewed all 37 applicants. It was nice. Actually, they interviewed 36 because I believe one withdrew, right, Morris? Right. So 36 interviews, and I really think we did a good job on selecting. This is a good group of kids, so we really appreciate that you appropriated funding to approve this hiring.
I'm glad you guys hired more than we originally thought we were. That's fantastic.
We had one that we were not able to get in, and so we're still trying to fill that one vacancy. So 7 actually showed up instead of 8, but we're working on that 8th youth.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for all your hard work that you guys did on that.
Sure.
Is that your motion? Motion made by Commissioner Martinez to ratify, seconded by Commissioner Nahad. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Item number 19, personnel actions or changes to the month of June. Janine Cedillo.
Okay, so again, I'm asking for approval and ratification of the personnel actions or changes that have taken place during the month of June of 2017.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahad, seconded by Commissioner Martinez. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Now we go. Thank you, Cedillo.
Thank you.
Board of Finance meeting. Bertha Bustamante, our county treasurer. How are you doing today?
Good, how about yourself?
Doing well, thank you.
Our 2 payroll transfers, the first one was June the 8th. From detention center to payroll, we had $58,023.40. From general fund to payroll, we had $185,994.81, a total of $244,018.21. June the 22nd, we had from detention center $55,264. From general fund, $189,142.33, a total of $244,406.33. Wire transfers that went out was to Bernalillo County, $36,249. That was for housing. We also had another transfer, let me see. And this was from general fund to the detention center. That was $30,514.21. And that was from the administrative offices of the courts. Those were all for June. That's it.
Motion to approve the bank transfer.
It's for information only.
Oh, what?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
We don't have to go?
On that one. Item number 21, request for a special meeting on July 27th. Melinda?
Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Chairman and the Commissioners, I'm requesting a special meeting for either July 27th or the 28th. Our final budget is due to the Department of Finance and Administration by the end of the month. With this timing would give us enough time to reconcile the things, to fill out all the reports that are necessary to turn into the DFA. So I'm asking for your consideration.
That's Thursday, at what time? Do we have a time or just the date?
Just the time and date, either day.
Oh, either day.
Either day.
I'm fine with either day, so it's up to you.
I'm fine with Thursday.
Thursday, okay?
27th? This one?
What time would you like to have it?
2 o'clock.
3, 2?
Motion for Thursday, 2 o'clock, the 27th?
So move.
Motion made by Commissioner Varela, seconded by Commissioner Martinez. All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Melinda. 22, Resolution 2017-7-11, that F1 authorizes the creation of Fund 754. Melinda Gonzalez.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, in May of 2017, our county treasurers opened up a bank account entitled the Sheriff's Evidence Account. The account was requested by our county sheriff to deposit any currency that has been withheld from somebody as a result of a seizure. When the criminal case is eventually closed, all the evidence that's collected will either be returned to the person it was taken from, or it would be released unless otherwise ordered by the court. So right now we have an account with approximately $600 in there, but that's a bank account. Now we need a fund to actually account for it on our books. So I'm asking for the permission to create Fund 754. They'll be treated as a trust account, again, because these aren't our funds. These are funds held in trust for somebody else.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion made by Commissioner Varela to approve the fund. Seconded by Commissioner Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Item number 23, cash balance report.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this report is to report the April 30th, 2017 cash balances. This is for informational purposes only.
We'll move on to item number 24, indigent burial. Ms. Melinda Gonzalez.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, our office has received one indigent burial claim. We've reviewed it and processed it, and we're seeking a ratification.
Accept the motion to ratify.
So move.
Motion made by Commissioner Varela, seconded by Commissioner Martinez. All in favor say aye. Any opposition say no. Say same sign. Motion carries. Item number 25, accounts payable report for the period of May 26, 2017. Melinda.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, there's two reports for you. There's one that we actually, payments that we actually make out of our system, and that's for the period of May 26 to 26. And I've also included the payment register for the month of May 13.
Accept the motion to approve. There's no questions.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Commissioner Nahat to approve. Seconded by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 26, journal entry report for the month of May 2017. Ms. Melinda Gonzalez.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this is actually a new item, this item number 27, both for informational purposes. The first one is journal entry report that's run for previous month. And it'll show any journal entry that was needed for a journal list. And these particular reports will be filed with the county clerk's office under
questions? Thank you, Linda. Item number 27, you receive report for the month of May 2017. Ms. Gonzalez again. Thank you. Any questions? We'll move on to item number 28, RFG. So before we move on to item 28, can we stand for a motion for a 10-minute recess so we can figure out what presentations go first? All right. Oh, you got that? Can we do a 10-minute recess anyway? So
Sure.
I could usually hand it off to the vice chair to run the meeting, but I'd like to go stretch and restroom, get a drink of water. Motion made by Commissioner Martinez for a 10-minute recess.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nahara. All in favor, say aye. Motion carries. We'll recess for 10 minutes. Is it the 17th?
So I'm trying to
the evaluation committee for the RFP for legal services. And the one thing that we're lacking on our evaluation is the oral presentation. So the committee members will be doing their evaluation. And I would like to ask that we refrain from any questions. They are just here to present. Okay?
There will be no dialogue between
No, it's just going to be a presentation. No questions, please.
Thank you, Ms. Cedillo.
So I'm going to ask the three offerers. We did have 3 attorneys submit a proposal. So I'm going to ask them to draw a number to see who goes first. All 3 have agreed to step outside of the room while the other gives their presentation.
And the winner is.
I'm 3.
Okay.
I'm 1.
So Ms. Rosana Vasquez will be our first presenter.
I have my HDMI cord. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't have that one.
I have it, but you don't. Let me think. Is it on the jump drive?
No, but I can email it to you.
Do that.
Okay. We're having some technical difficulties, so. That's the problem with Apple's, you know, like. But I'll tell you, I've had this forever, and
Do you know what our domain is?
Hmm?
Do you know what our domain is?
no idea. You're gonna have to put it in for me.
Right
Yeah.
there.
So then I need
Ms. Cedillo? Ms. Cedillo, is everyone from the committee present?
Yes, everyone is here.
Okay.
I really have their documents.
I didn't print mine out. I just have my old one, but it's okay. I can write on it and then I can fill it out later. Thank you.
Sonic and Public. Oh, you found it? Okay.
So this is.
Requires a password. Okay, so I don't need that. Let's just get this. My computer's been slow today. I know.
I'm gonna turn mine in probably in a couple of days.
No, she's not in the committee.
there it goes. There it
Sheriff,
goes.
myself, Commissioner Hyde, Commissioner Manager, Martinez. I wanted him to use that, I was fine, and told him that he would be presentations, but this.
There it is.
At the meeting that I went to,
Your children are like my children.
Yeah? How old are your kids? Oh, yeah, me too. 22, 20, and 17.
Maybe like 22 is what they're ready.
Oh,
If
wow.
you can do a file save as.
Okay.
Save it to this drive.
Fist?
This drive.
Oh, this drive.
I'm gonna gap to the floor.
Presentation save to,
It should be.
it'll pop up, right?
Drive. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I think anybody can be here. Yeah, no, anybody can be in here.
Where would it be?
It's short, I don't think it's short.
Toshiba? Is that one? Okay. Presentation once on me. There was an error.
Try it again.
I should have done this before we came, I'm sorry. Right, this one? Will you take it? And I can get started. Okay.
Proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chair, County Attorney, and everybody present. My name is Rosana Vasquez, and I'm happy to be here today to do a short presentation about some of the work that I've done and where I come from. My PowerPoint is, they're having some problems connecting it, so they're going to put it together and it'll be up shortly. So while they work on that for me, I thought I'd get started a little bit. You've got a copy of my resume, and you have a copy of my answers, my letter and my answers to the questions on the RFP. What I didn't have in, what wasn't required of the RFP really was who I was, who I am. And it's, I think, important in a situation like this to get to know everybody that you work with so that people are comfortable with each other. And so the presentation that I'm going to present to you will go over the highlights of my resume, my work experience, my education, my volunteer activities, but it will also go over a little bit about my family and who I am. The resolution today brought to light again the fact that there's an issue in this country with regards to immigrants and the way that they are treated here. I applaud the Commission for doing what they did and being very specific with regards to the information that was needed for to be kept away from the public or from people who could use it to hurt immigrants. My mother and my father are both from Guadalajara, Mexico. They came here back in the 40s. They went to Carpinteria, California, and they worked in a lemon packing company there. And the five of us, there were five initially of us born in Santa Barbara. My oldest sibling is 66 years old, and he's actually in the hospital right now. He was taken in this morning. Three of us were given a college education. We put ourselves through college and we went to school in Santa Barbara. My education in undergrad was a faith-based education. I went to a Catholic school. It helped to form my thoughts in terms of not just learning to be successful, but learning to be a good person learning to be a person with, you can call them Christian values, you can call them anything you want, but to do your best to help the people around you. My resume talks a little bit about some of the work that I did. I started in college, being somewhat of an activist in college. We put together the Chicano Latino graduation there at Davis, and I went on from there. I have done a lot of work in immigration, volunteer work in immigration in San Francisco before I became a lawyer. A lot of the experience that you see in my resume, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, is prior to me becoming a lawyer. I worked at a criminal law firm. I did drug cases on the sentencing guidelines in the federal court. We challenged a lot of the sentencing guidelines for their inequitable distribution and application to minority inmates. I also worked for a law firm in San Francisco, a very liberal, large law firm. May I pull this out? Is that okay? Where I was able to get basic litigation experience, preparing cases for trial for the lawyer that I worked with, putting cross-examination and deposition test outlines together for the lawyer that I worked with. Then when I came to law school, I had to make a decision that I couldn't do criminal law. And because my sister is a federal judge. And when your sister's a federal judge and she's the most liberal judge on the bench, everybody wants her. And my law firm would have had to recuse them. She would have recused herself from any case that I was a part of or part of that law firm. So I went into a general civil practice, and then I was hired by Santa Fe County. Steve Kopelman hired me, and I started immediately. He threw me right in. We sued Cerrillos Sand and Gravel Company immediately for lack of zoning and violations of their conditional use permit. I was in charge of all of the litigation for the county and all of the code enforcement actions there. I was required to staff the Extraterritorial Zoning Commission, and at the time, it's no longer in effect now. I was also responsible for representing the Sheriff's Department and dealing with all of the issues, personnel, as well as any issue that came out of the Sheriff's Department. The resolution to put an account together for the evidence money that came in, that would be the kind of issue that the sheriffs would bring to us, and we would work with the finance department on. A big part of my work at Santa Fe County was contract review and putting together, at that time, there were no contracts that were similar in Santa Fe County. Everyone was written haphazardly. They were written, just really simple. Didn't have a lot of the protections that the county needed for purposes of a contract with vendors, with anything. And Steve asked us to put together a model contract so that all of the different departments could use. It was the legal's job to review every single contract that came in, and review for approval and make sure that the county was protected through it. I went to Sandoval County after that, and I worked in Sandoval County only a year. And the only reason I only worked a year was because I got pregnant, and I had 2 little kids at home and 1 more, and I did not want to commute from Santa Fe to Bernalillo with 3 babies at home. In Sandoval County, we did a condemnation in Placitas for the roadway that was needed. In the area, the road was inverted, had an inverted crown, and it was always got flooded, caused a lot of problems for the neighbors. So we did do an actual condemnation there 2 days before I gave birth, actually. The other work that I did at Sandoval County was general bond work. I worked with the bond attorneys on the different bonds that the county was attaining for purposes of funding some of their projects, and I also worked on the planning and zoning ordinance. I was the one in charge of putting together all the public meetings, keeping track of all the public information to incorporate into the planning and zoning ordinance. That ordinance did become the ordinance that is still in effect in Sandoval County now. When I came back to Santa Fe, I went in, I practiced on my own, and I started doing work with the county representing stakeholders, developers, people who needed a permit for a land division, people who wanted a subdivision, people who wanted to put a swimming pool in their backyard. And through that, I gained a lot of experience because it is my opinion that a lot of policy in land use cases happens on a case-by-case basis, because sometimes you can't have a code that answers every question. And so there are cases that come up that will raise a question that wasn't thought of by Mr. Freilich, who drafted the oil and gas ordinance, or I always say his name wrong. And so you create policy through the cases that you bring forward. Some of the policies that were raised in the cases which I assisted Steve and the other lawyers to draft when I was in private practice was the line extension policy and what it actually meant in La Cienega, whether 1 mile meant a mile to the property line or a mile to the actual subdivision location. We also, on behalf of Rancho Viejo, we outlined and drafted the first water line policy for Santa Fe County for the Community College District, and I have drafts of all of this upon if they're needed for you to review. The other thing that we drafted was the affordable housing ordinance in Santa Fe. There had not been an affordable housing ordinance until the year 2002. What they had done in the past was Frijoles Village or Aldea had put together some affordable housing. We had worked with the federal government on some affordable housing projects that the county did. But in terms of requiring a stakeholder to do affordable housing, that there was no such ordinance. My job was to draft the ordinance with the county attorney and to get consensus from all of the stakeholders. In the Community College District, there were 15 major stakeholders, stakeholders being people who owned property there. And so we were able to sit down and work together on the language of the affordable housing ordinance, the tiers of housing that was going to be needed by income level, the type of home and what was to be required in it, any changes, the application of subdivision regulations, homeowners regs and that sort of thing, and application of the fees. All of that was included in our affordable housing ordinance. That was probably some of the best experience that I received. Along with that, the Community College District in the year 2000 and through 2002 put together its own ordinance. And that ordinance was for higher development in the area to allow for greater homes per acre, greater FAR for commercial development, and innovative road systems there. And so the first draft of the Community College District Ordinance I drafted in the basement of Carl Summers' office because he was guiding me. And we put together all the matrices for all the different uses in that. We did that in conjunction with the public. There were people who came who wanted horse trails, regular trails, wanted parks, and we worked with the entire community there, had numerous public meetings on different issues, road issues, open space issues, commercial development, trails, and we worked with every single one of them, and we gained consensus. The commission approved it in the last December meeting of 2002. I've done since then, and the market crashing in 2007, I stopped doing as much development work for Santa Fe County. I started doing a general civil practice, a lot of probate work, a lot of real estate work through probate, still doing a lot of advice on quiet titles and taking cases to trial. So my trial experience is varied. In different fields. I do have some criminal law experience. I have some experience in felonies with drugs in the federal court and the sentencing guidelines. I have taken on quite a few DUIs, domestic violence cases. I did work on a project with the Santa Fe Police Department to put together a policy that would allow undocumented persons to attain either an identification card or a driver's license. And this was a few years ago, where we were getting people coming in and they were getting arrested, and then ICE was going through some of the jail logs and picking people up. And so the police wanted to figure out a way to get some of these citizens, the community members, the ability to pay their tickets, deal with a ticket for driving with a suspended license or no license. And so I worked really closely with the police department on that issue. I want to talk a little bit about myself, because I think learning and what you can do, what you learn in a book and your experience only goes so far. You are who you are and how you've been raised. And like I said, my parents, they migrated to Carpinteria, California. And it was very important for my mother that we be Catholics and we be taught our faith at a young age. So we went to Catholic school. And education was important, but they didn't have the money to put us through school. I was fortunate enough to go through state school and came out with very little debt. And my mom taught us all to speak Spanish. I am fluent in my language, and all of us are fluent. In fact, my mother did not learn to speak English until I was probably 17 or 18 years old. My children, I have 3 of them. I have a 22-year-old, and she just graduated from Claremont McKenna College with a degree in international relations, with an emphasis on third world, just like me. And she just finished her thesis, which she got a perfect grade on, is going to be used as part of the curriculum for international relations on the continued need for affirmative action in Brazil. She is teaching in Teach for America in Miami, and she's teaching Cuban children and underprivileged kids, and using her Spanish. She's teaching math. I have a son who's at Gonzaga. He's 20. He sings, and he is studying math as well. And then I've got a younger one who is 17 years old. He is graduating this year. The reason I raise that issue is because I do not live right now in San Miguel County. I live in Galisteo, New Mexico. I have, for the last year and a half, been working with a lawyer here in town to do more work in this area, to get to know some of the judges. I had always tried cases here, but working the last year and a half has opened my experiences to not just judges, but to the jail, the sheriff's department, the city police, the different people that you interact with on different cases. And so it's been very good for me to be here. The question of accessibility, I'm sure, is a concern to all of you, because I think you really need somebody that you can contact. Everybody, not just the commissioners, not just the county manager, but the assessor's office or the sheriff's department, if there's a question or an issue. And what I plan to do, and what I have been doing, is looking for some land to move here once my son graduates. I do not want to uproot my child from St. Mike's. He's been there 6 years now. I am in the process of negotiating a lease for a office / small space for me to stay in when I come to work, so that I can spend the nights and not travel back and forth to Galisteo as often, if I were to go back and forth every day. I think it's very important that I be accessible to all of you. And if you go through my resume, you can see that the people that I've worked with, namely Jim Brosnahan, who is a well-known trial attorney, very well known. He represented Livermore Labs on the oh, it's there. Thank you. I didn't realize that my slides were up. So I was on call for him 24/7. I had to keep a calendar for him, a second calendar for him. When I worked at Santa Fe County, it was basically the same thing. Commissioner Trujillo would call because he'd have a question, and his questions always seemed to come up late in the evening time. We were required to be on call. Steve required us to be on call. We were required to take care of the commissioners and the elected officials in every capacity. And so I expect this job to be that way. I welcome that because the work that is here is fascinating to me. I hope you can see that, like, when you read through my resume and you read through my letter, the excitement that I had with the projects that we worked on, which I really enjoyed. And I miss it. I miss doing policy work. I miss doing work that can affect everybody else. Sometimes the legal field, you get so stuck on one case, it takes years to finish a case sometimes. It's hard. And so I look forward to that kind of change. And can we go to the beginning of my presentation? Thank you. So this will be really quick because I didn't really know what to put. So I wanted to kind of go through, okay, so this is it. Why I think you should have me. Okay, next slide, please. Mis raíces. Like I said, I'm Spanish speaking. And my children are science Spanish speaking too. My roots, I've told you I was first generation Mexican. My mother is living in Santa Fe. My father is deceased. Family is a very important part of my life, and family goes beyond just the people that that you have in your nuclear family, but it goes to especially people that you work with, because you're so close and you're working in such close quarters. I'm closely connected to my family in Mexico, and I do that purposely so that my children know where they come from, so that my children know their language. I am one of 6 siblings, and I was raised in a very traditional manner, to be a mother, to be a wife, and to work hard. Next. This is my family. My mother is 89 years old, and she is the matriarch of our family. And she still gets mad, nos regaña todo el tiempo if we're not doing the right thing. And this is my mother. Next slide. These are my brothers and sisters. And we have a teacher in there, we have a judge, and I'm a lawyer. So, next slide. This is my daughter. She graduated from Claremont. Her thesis is on the continued need for affirmative action. I've already talked about her to you. This is my son, Carlos. He is studying math and singing at Gonzaga University. He and my daughter both received full academic scholarships. Next. This is my little boy. He's my cowboy. He wants to study girls. And he thinks he wants to do math or science. I don't know. He's a tenor at the Cathedral Choir. He's just having fun. Who knows what he's going to do? But he'll be graduating this year. Lo que cambió mi vida. There was something that occurred in my life a few years ago that changed my view on what was important. I was in a car accident in 2004, and I was hit as a pedestrian on I-10. We had just left Disneyland. I was thrown 60 feet and I landed on my legs, but my legs crushed and I am metal from my hips down. And I lost most of my muscle mass in my right leg. The reason I bring this up is really not to gain pity, because I don't really want anybody's pity. And most people don't even know there's anything wrong with me. But I bring it up because when you have been in a coma and you come back out of a coma, you look at life very differently. And what you do and how you do it, how honest you are, how hard you try, has completely different meaning, because you just don't know if you're going to be around for the next day. My kids were little. They were, as you saw, they're 4 years old. My daughter was 9, and my little boy was 7, and they were all in the car with me. Thank God that nothing happened to them. Next slide. Who I am. I am my mother's daughter. My parents were divorced when I was very young. My father went back to Mexico. My mother raised us. She taught us everything and required Spanish. I am my culture. These are pictures of my parents when my father went to high school and when my mother was 14 years old. And the picture of my dad on the right was this picture he took from my mom. They were both from Guadalajara, Mexico. My father was a rancher, even though it doesn't look like that there, but he was a rancher. Next slide. I am my family. My home has all these people in it at one time or another because I opened my house to my family. Next. These are my children. Next. And soy la hija de mi padre. I am my daughter, my father's daughter. He passed away a few years ago. He's buried in Mexico. And I am my home. I love my home. I love being at home. Next slide. So my resume highlights, and why I think it's important that you know a little bit about me personally, is so that you can put it into context when you look at my resume and you look at my education. I got my BA from UC Davis. My thesis was on immigration benefits and downfalls to Mexican women in the 40s and the 50s. My mom traveled here, my mom and dad traveled here with about 30 couples from Mexico. They all worked in the lemon packing fields. And I could tell you that probably half of them ended up being divorced and the men went back to Mexico. And it really made me question what it was. What was it? And so I wrote my thesis with oral history attached to it to come up with an answer with regards to that. Next. My life as a lawyer, some of the highlights. I wrote the personnel regulations for the Sheriff's Department for Santa Fe County. We sued the Raspberry Ranch, which is owned by, and Robert Redford lived next door, and he joined in on the lawsuit against P&M to change the location of the line, the major line, or in the alternative to bury all the lines. And we did settle out of court, and they were able to bury all of the lines. I talked to you about the condemnation lawsuit in Placitas to attain the expanded road. I settled a condemnation case in Santa Fe County for Fin del Sendero. I wrote the first draft of the Community College District Ordinance. I worked with the city police to create a process for undocumented persons could get a license or identification and not just be jailed. I created the first draft of the Affordable Housing Ordinance for Santa Fe County. Next. I organized the stakeholders and interested parties to draft the ordinance. I'll tell you that we had probably 100 interested people that we had to get on board and consensus on all the issues of the ordinance, and we did it. I drafted the initial affordable housing ordinance. That was on behalf of Rancho Viejo because they wanted to put together an affordable housing program. When I worked for House Judiciary, I did a lot of analyzation, but some of the interesting work that I did was whether we could use underground storage for the storage of CO2 and be able to, some counties wanted to do that to make some money to store CO2 and what the effects were going to be. It didn't pass. One thing that I have done recently in the last couple years is the judges have asked me to mediate cases, difficult cases, divorces, guardianships, child custody issues. I handled one for a piece of property right by Frenchie's Park in Santa Fe. And they keep asking me to go back and mediate cases. So I mediate pro bono because most of the people that are doing this don't have the money to hire a mediator or a lawyer. I've also done an extensive amount of guardian ad litem work, and the courts have appointed me as a guardian ad litem to on many cases. Next. Public good. I was trying to kind of be entertaining, but I don't think I got entertaining on my slides. Most recently, I worked with the church at the cathedral for the Quinto Encuentro, and it was a nationwide program that was put together to see how it is the church could better address the needs of the immigrant population in the country, not just in Santa Fe, but in the country. How to address the people who were disenfranchised from the church, the people who didn't feel like they were welcome in the church. So we went through a 6-week-long program, and we were actually asked to go out into the public, ask questions, take notes. We were going to present all of that to the Archbishop in September. I also lecture, and I am a choir member at the cathedral, but I don't sing really well. I stand way in the back. The only reason I'm there is because my kids are there. The kids and I are going to be doing a trip to Honduras, and I'm the fundraising leader to get the money together for Honduras. The church sends people out to a small town in Honduras to work alongside the kids and the church and feed people who don't have anything to live off of. And I'm really looking forward to that trip. We're going to do it as a family. Recently we went to Rome and Carnegie Hall. The kids sang for the Pope and sang at Carnegie Hall. I've worked with the San Miguel District Court in their law day, assisting on legal issues. I've also done the same in Santa Fe as well. Approximately 50% of my work is pro bono, and I would say 75% of my work is Spanish-speaking clients. I am fluent enough where I can translate your work, all of your documents into Spanish for people so that they understand what they're signing, which is what I try to do with my clients. My mom volunteer work. I have 3 kids. I need to know what they are, so I keep them at home. I sponsor bonfires and have barbecues. I know that sounds really dumb, but it takes a lot of work, and it's volunteer work. We're active in the church. We're going to go to Honduras. I was a guardian in Rome and New York for the choir. I'm also a guardian for a child who's at school with my son, who has a very bad home life, and her sister, and they stay with me on and off when they need to be at my home. Next slide. My kids acted and sang in Pandemonium. I can now do hair and makeup really well. I was the Parents Club Vice President, and I assisted with scholarships for people to attend St. Mike's. I was also an FOP scholarship committee, and I did the same thing, reviewed applications. Next. Let's get back to accessibility. Like I said, in the past I've been on call. I would assume the same of this job. I'm in negotiations to rent an office. I was officing with another lawyer, but I'm thinking I need to have my own place for if I were to get this job, because I think there needs to be confidentiality. So I've been looking. I've closed my office already, and I have a handful of cases that I work out of my house on so that I can focus on the county. I do believe that there is enough work in this county to keep a lawyer full-time and to be able to assist the county manager with the 100 requests he gets, and the finance director and the human resources director and the sheriff and everybody. So I do believe that there would be sufficient work. If I am hired, I'll release my cases and work full-time, make this a priority. As I said, my desire is to move here. I keep moving farther and farther away from the city of Santa Fe. And I am looking for an office that has a little bit of space so that I can stay here during the week and not have to go home so often when my son's not home. Next. Why me? See, I was trying to be funny, but I guess I'm not. Experience, I have experience. I've worked with the county as a county attorney for a total of 5 years. I've worked on behalf of stakeholders before the county commission for 6 years. I've drafted, I've dealt with police issues, I've dealt with RFP issues, I've dealt with everything that comes before a county. Written ordinances, worked on ideas for different projects, and it is what I love. It is what I love doing, and I had the best of both when I was working with the stakeholders because I was able to get consensus on all grounds with everybody. I'm honest. What you see is what you get with me. I am my mother's daughter, and who I am is rooted in being my mother's daughter. And she always caught me when I was trying to get out of something. So, I think one of the reasons why I've been asked to be a mediator over all these years is because I empathize well with people, because I can get people to understand. And I think that's the reason why the judges have appointed me oftentimes on these mediation. I have a strong ability to resolve issues. Again, going back to my mediation experience, and I'm efficient. I'm an older lawyer. I've been doing this for a long time. So I can draft quickly, and I can get things done quickly. Next. I'm excited about local government issues. I love to talk the talk. I love to hear the ideas and the problems and try to find resolutions for them in the law, in the statutes, in the cases, but also in just practical appointment of just different changes that aren't necessarily law related. I have no desire to run for office. I have no desire to be anything else. I am very happy being a mother, and I'd love to just be behind the scenes and giving you all the information that you would need. I really believe in your mission and your focus statement and your desire to do what is best for this county, protecting your water resources. I see through your commission meeting that you're very conscious about making sure you know what is going on every level of your departments. And I think Las Vegas is in a position that maybe Santa Fe was years ago when I started there, that you have the ability to grow and really grow from within. And I am looking forward to hopefully being able to help you do that. Next. I am Spanish speaking, and I think that's important. I think it's important here. I run into people all over that will speak Spanish, and it makes people feel comfortable when I can relate to them in their language, my language. I really want to focus on the work for the county. It's really what I want to do, and give up the rest of my practice if I am hired. And I am a Mexican woman, and I am from my family, and I will work hard for you, and I will represent you the best that I can. Next. Public good. Next. Oh. Oh, good. Okay, I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Do I need to stay for after?
I don't believe so. I don't think there's going to be any kind of adding up of anything today, correct?
No.
Is that
No. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Chair and Commissioners and panel members. I appreciate and thank you for the opportunity to allow me to present today. Please let me know if you can't hear me. Sometimes I talk kind of quietly.
You can pull the mic right out of that thing and hold it if you'd like.
Great, thank you. So my name's Flora Gallegos. I've been practicing law here in Las Vegas for the last 22 years. I graduated from West Las Vegas High School here, went on to get my undergrad degree in Las Cruces at New Mexico State University. I have a degree in government, I have a degree in philosophy, and also another degree in law and society. Then I completed my degree at UNM in 1995 and been practicing here ever since. So when I first started working here, I did work in both civil and criminal cases. I continue to do that sort of work. Initially, at that time, I was working in 3 different districts, the 4th, which includes Las Vegas, the 8th and the 10th, so I did a lot of traveling. I was in a lot of different courts, both district court as well as magistrate court. I'm also licensed to practice in federal court. Since 2001, I have limited my the type of work that I do to Las Vegas and Guadalupe County as well as Mora County. So I don't travel as much. I am stationed out of Las Vegas. With some exceptions, there are times that I am in Albuquerque or Santa Fe for cases, but those are rare. What I want to do today is let you know more about my background, also let you know about what my philosophy is in regards to representing the local government. I initially started doing contract work for the city of Las Vegas in 2008. At that time, it was Mayor Tony Marcus, who was the mayor of Las Vegas, and Carlos Quinones, an attorney out of Santa Fe. Would it help if I don't use the mic?
I don't know if that's your mic or one of our mics. Maybe power off all of these.
Thank you.
One of these.
So anyhow, Mr. Quinones was working out of Santa Fe, but he was the contractor attorney for the city of Las Vegas. He and I went to school together, so we knew each other. I happened to run into him at the Recreation Center of all places here in Las Vegas. And after catching up and realizing that I was working here in Las Vegas, he told me that he needed somebody locally who was available locally to cover city council meetings or do other things with the city here, such as research or review of documents, and asked if I was interested. And so that's how I started working for local government. And so at least right now, at least based on the RFP and what I understood from the RFP, it sounds as if it's very important for the county to have someone who's available locally, who's available on short notice, who can review documents on short notice and get things to you. Like the city, I'm assuming that you all need things reviewed and legal sufficiency determined and research done before your meetings. Every month you're going to have things that come up and need to be decided before the meetings and before things are presented to the commission and before things are presented to the public. And so I'm available for that, and I'm also available for the county to decide whether or not they want specified hours during the week that they would like me to actually be at the county offices to provide services. I know it's not always possible for members of the county, whether it's department heads or the commission, to be able to just go up and go to my office or do something. Sometimes things need to be done here because the information is here. So I am available for that. Now, when I began with the city, Mr. Quinones was very clear with me in regards to what was expected of me, since in essence I was working with him. One of the things he told me is I was to be honest, I needed to work hard, I needed to do my research, and regardless of how any individual council member may feel about what my legal opinion was, it was my legal opinion. It was my job to provide that information to the council to make sure that they could make the decisions that they needed to make in governing. And that's what I did. So when I began with the city, I was initially covering city council meetings, I was reviewing agenda items, I was reviewing other matters for the city, and as I continued doing work with them, I was researching and reviewing items dealing with planning and zoning, human resources, contracts, procurement agreements between government and other agencies or between nonprofits or private businesses, going over ordinances, job descriptions, policies, public record requests, open meetings acts. Whatever they brought before me, I would do the research, I would review it, and then give my opinion or determine whether legal sufficiency was there. I would meet with the city manager, I would meet with the mayor and council members if they needed information, I would meet with department heads. I worked with the city's paralegal very closely, determine and review issues and provide legal research and opinions. I also prosecuted cases for the city. Now, I was also the assigned attorney in 2015 for the voter recall when Mayor Alfonso Ortiz was recalled. That was a really interesting, very time-sensitive issue that had to be dealt with. The city clerk and her staff worked very hard, as did I, to make sure that that was done correctly, that it was done in accordance with the law. And as you can imagine, neither side was really very happy in regards to what was going on at the time. But I believe that myself and the clerk worked really hard to make sure that the rules were followed, the state law was followed. Now there is state law in regards to voter recall, but it doesn't really give you guidance in regards to everything. So one of the important things that I learned throughout the time that I was working with the city, and very importantly during this time, is that if I didn't know the answer, there was someone I could go to. And that was true regardless of what I was doing, whether it was the voter recall, reviewing documents, doing research for the city in regards to whatever it was that they were asking me to do. During that voter recall, there were issues that came up that without the help from the Secretary of State's office or other counsel that had worked with voter recalls, especially out of Bernalillo County, there were things that we would not have known how to do. So I understand that it's very important to be able to go to other resources in order to make sure that things are done properly, because you all can't make your decisions unless I provide you with the right information. It's my understanding that the county has similar resources available to it. That I understand that there is resources through the Association of Counties, through the Holtz-Martinez law firm out of Las Cruces, and that this county also utilizes 2 other attorneys who specialize in water law, which is a very specialized area of the law, as well as labor law. So I found working with a local body and working with government, I found it very, very interesting. I learned a lot. It was exciting to see the day-to-day things that go into having government work. I enjoyed the challenges that it presented, and I came to realize that the day-to-day running of government, it's very involved, has a lot of moving parts, and can be really, really complicated because you're looking not only at local ordinances and rules, you're having to take into account state rules and state laws, you're having to take into account federal rules and federal laws because they all apply. So for instance, take the detention center. The detention center is not just housing prisoners. The detention center has to make arrangements for food. They need to make arrangements for medical and psychiatric care. They have to buy simple things like cleaning supplies. So there's issues aside from just housing at the detention center with planning and zoning. They have to understand issues dealing with local ordinances, state law, federal law. So take into account the ordinance for cell towers. Well, it's not just the local ordinance you have to worry about. There are state laws that apply, there are federal laws that apply. They have to make sure that they're in compliance with FAA rules and FCC rules. So there's a lot that you have to know, there's a lot you have to research, and there's a lot that you have to stay on top of, both in doing the research as the attorney and in making sure that you all have the information that you need to make the decisions that you're going to make. Now, one of the things also that Mr. Quinones kind of drilled into me is that when you're the attorney for, say, the city, even if as a contract attorney, you're the attorney for the city or you're the attorney for the council. You're not the attorney for any individual employee. You're not the attorney for any individual council member. You all work as a body. So if I were to be hired and I was asked a question by someone on the commission, then that question and the answer would be shared with all the commissioners, because you all have to make these decisions as a body with all that same information. And I also, again, understand the timeliness of making sure that you all get that information in a timely manner to make your decisions. So in closing, I think my local practice allows me to be available as needed by the county. I'm available on short notice when the need arises. This includes times when I can be at the county offices. I have the experience to provide the legal services required by the county. I'm willing to seek out assistance, research, and ask questions to make sure that the information that I provide is accurate, and I believe I'm up for the challenge that may present themselves in this position. So thank you for considering me, and I hope to be working with you all soon. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, my name is Dave Romero, for those of you that don't know me. My dad was Dave Romero. He owned a sand and gravel company here in town. He was a survivor of the Bataan Death March. My mother is Molly Gutierrez. She comes from the Valley, El Pueblo, Villanueva. My brother is Peter Romero. He owns Pete's Fitness Center here in town. So I have roots. Graduated from West Las Vegas, Highlands University. I believe that I'm qualified because of the experience that I have. I'm previously county attorney for San Miguel County, also a county attorney for Quay, Harding, and DeBaca counties. There were questions in the application about local government expertise, and that's a specific qualification that is only given to a very few attorneys in the state. I am the chairman of the committee appointed by the Supreme Court, which takes anybody who claims that they have county law, municipal law, local government expertise, and we decide whether or not they are qualified to get that. I have close to 25, 30 years of local government experience, and what applies of all of that to San Miguel County is that I was there when the Association of Counties was first established. I and Donna Smith were instrumental in establishing the multi-line group, insurance company, self-insurance, and the workers' comp group. And so risk management is big in my mind. I see our risk manager here in safety. Safety has become very important over the years because of what I've learned in risk management, and also because of what I've experienced as a city attorney in Vegas. We were there when we lost 2 employees and when the ditch they were digging collapsed not more than four years ago. But it's real to me, and I set that up as a very high priority when I look at anything that we're doing. So not only being general counsel for the Association of Counties for a couple of years, I've also received advanced degrees in management. I have a master's of public administration from Harvard, public administration, and so what I like to put it as is even though I know government, public administration is almost everything that the city manager, the county manager does in looking at personnel, finance, contracts, I guess what's so exciting about the job and working with the county manager is that every day it's something different. I think personnel items probably take about 60% of all our time because employees can't always get along with each other. So we try to step in as the manager, as the lawyer, and try to work things out on a daily basis because litigation is everywhere. Everything we do, we're like walking on a field of dynamite because if we make the wrong step, if we don't provide the right due process or the right hearing, somebody's running to their attorney and wants to sue the county because they think we have deep pockets. We do the best we can, and probably the best recommendation for me is that you don't actually always see how good your attorney is, because if he's doing a good job, then you don't have the lawsuits, then you don't have the causes of action and the awards in the front page of the Optic or the Journal for $100,000, $1 million, because you took the right steps along the line to cut it off so that when the disgruntled employee goes, the attorney says, well, it looks like they followed the right procedure. I'm not so sure I want to do this case for you. So a lot of it is, again, risk management, looking at what is out there, how we could not only protect our employees with safety, but how do we protect ourselves and the money we have, the limited budget, to make sure it goes to the projects we have. I also spent a year, I was accepted to the Columbia University School of Business, worked on my MBA there. So that gave me a little bit of financial
training at one of the best schools, which I think is relevant to finance, to the manager, and so much of what we do. The reason I went there is because I was a general counsel at the Corporation Commission, and being out of Las Vegas, I saw all these experts coming in from back east, and I always wondered, well, why are they such jackasses? And part of it was, I think it's a city, an urban approach, whereas I was born and raised here. We generally are a humble people, and I've learned not to be humble anymore because I've worked too damn hard to be able to brag about it in front of you. But there's just different approaches to life, and so I was able to jump from the Corporation Commission to some of these schools and learn a different way of life. And I can turn into one of those jackasses when I need to, because what I've learned is that dealing with different people or entities, you have to put on different personalities. And sometimes it takes being nice, and sometimes it takes being not nice. And that's one of the maybe problems that I have, is that you'll find historically I'm a controversial person because I am the lawyer for the city, for the county, for other communities. And as a lawyer, I'm the bulldog. I'm the one that is there to protect you, to protect the employees, to protect the citizens. When you have citizens who come in, sometimes are not even from the county or the city, who are advocates or have special interests, and they wish to attack our personnel. For example, it disturbed me tonight to hear that woman early on talking about zoning and planning and county management in that way. And I'm thinking, she is very wrong. She does not know how difficult, first of all, it is to manage growth in an area like this, one of the biggest counties in the country, and to also balance out the need of individuals to have a living, the needs of trying to balance that, a junkyard, for example, with federal rules. But it is wrong of her, and I would have stood up. I wouldn't be sitting over there with not looking like a lawyer, just keeping my mouth shut throughout a whole meeting. I'm not that type of lawyer. I'm a type of lawyer who's going to jump right in. When I hear that there's comments from this podium that affect us legally or that aren't appropriate or don't follow the process, then I will stand up and say, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that is inappropriate. For example, something may be in litigation, we're not allowed to talk about it or listen to it, or you are in a position of a judge for some of these hearings, especially zoning, and you're only supposed to hear about that information at a specific time and place. Or when they start attacking personnel, those are personnel matters. They are not to be discussed at in a public session. You have your own personnel rules and regulations and a process. And we have to protect our employees and not allow them to be subject to defamation of character by individuals who may have a different agenda coming here and attacking. I understand that we try to meet the needs of our constituents and to listen to them, but there has to be a balance. But as the lawyer, I am happy to take the role of being the unpopular person, be it if I see something that is illegal or incorrect, I will jump in and I'll tell them they can't talk about that, you can't have that type of discussion, this is a better place. And people don't like that. But I also recognize that we are in a political environment, you are elected officials, you have your constituents to serve, and so my role, not only for you and for the manager and for staff, is to try to, you set the policy, you set the goal, and I as lawyer, say for example, I don't find that it's completely illegal. My job is to come to you and the manager with options, okay? Let's tinker with this, what you want to do, we can still accomplish that, but we can't do this, but we can do this. And part of that is the relationship which I think is more important than the qualifications, because my competition here, they're excellent attorneys and they will do a good job. I do think, though, it's the other side of being a lawyer is also being a jack of all trades, the human experience we bring to the job. I am 64, and so I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but that's where I've learned my lessons not to make them again. What went right, what went wrong. And the relationship also means that I am dealing with 5 different elected officials. I'm dealing with appointed officials. I'm dealing with staff, finance, management, the jail, law enforcement, personnel, roads. I can't imagine trying to run the roads, control the roads here. I heard the first speaker talk about roads tonight out in the Mez area. And I swear, I think I heard him complaining about those roads 5 years ago. The job is almost impossible because you can't please everybody. So we do the best we can with the attorney, offering suggestions, options. Take a look at this. Maybe we can save some money this way. We don't need to spend money that way. Or understanding procurement, what we need to do, what we don't need to do. Or threats. We get threatened all the time as governmental entities. My lawyer's going to sue you because you did this and this. Okay, we'll get in line, file your tort claim notice. We'll look at it and handle it. And if you have something there, then we'll approach it. But if you don't, we're going to tell you no, because we have a responsibility to not waste money simply because we have a budget. When I was in Vegas at the city, we had a 50 million plus budget. And so you're hiring me because of my experience. Because, for example, I bring so much more to the table about knowing our communities. I ran for state senator in this county. I ran for district judge in this county. So I've been from Pecos or up the canyon to El Pueblo to Rociada to Conchas. One story about Pecos was that a lot of the houses on these Pecos, almost everywhere, they have 2 dogs. And so the owners want to see, well, let's see you come to my door. And as a politician, a stubborn one, I would make it a point to go to the door. And it wasn't the big dogs that I was afraid of. It was the little, like, Chihuahua dogs, because those ones have no fear. And those are the ones that are going to attack. But the point I'm trying to make is, like that song says, I've been everywhere in this county. I've grown up in this county. And running for office is one of the biggest benefits. It's just meeting different families and people who appreciate and I'm sure you've done the same thing too as elected officials, just getting out there, trying to do the best we can, trying to help out when we can. I bring those relationships to the table along with accessibility. I don't travel 5 hours to get here and 5 hours back and then charge the county for that. I have my office here. I've had it here forever. I am 24/7. Everybody has my cell number. I know one of your departments, all your departments, there are just questions that come up every day. Can we do this? Or how does this letter look? Or how does this contract look? And what I've experienced is most of the time our department heads, our supervisors, they know as much or more than the attorney because they've been doing it all their lives. And I really respect that type of knowledge. But 2 heads are always better than 1. So what I try to do is, again, look at the problem, say, have you thought about this? What about this approach? Or reassure them that what they're doing is right. Because I think we're all insecure about the law and about doing the right thing and taking the right approach. But I also bring to the table that sensitivity of being born and raised here and knowing the feuds, knowing the big legal cases, knowing the marriages, the divorces, the families, and being able to work through all of those potential barriers in order to try to get a solution. My accessibility, fortunately, this is what I like to do, and this is why I like to be available and spend time, and so I will be and can be and have been accessible. One of the other things I'm proud of is since most of my life I've worked for elected officials, and be it mayors or commissioners, County Commissioner Roy Gallegos or Mayor Sanchez, Mayor Ortiz, Matt Martinez, Tony Martinez, the mayors, the executive directors, the managers who have hired me recommend me because I'm able to sit down and get the job done and communicate and understand, as compared to maybe lawyers who are just looking at the law books and trying to tell you if it's legal or not. I do a lot more than that. I bring the humanity side, I bring the experience side, saying, well, this may be legal, but it also may be too harsh. That doesn't mean it has to be. You can write a law that takes into consideration the concerns you hear at the meetings, and yet carries out the goal that you want. My job task in the end is really to be available to you, to offer solutions, alternatives, and really to work with your manager, who is the hub of the wheel and having to deal with all the day-to-day problems, to say, let's try this, this has worked elsewhere, this has not worked elsewhere. And that's what you get when you've been working in this business for close to 25, 30 years. That encyclopedia of knowledge outside just the law. And I hope I can bring that to my home county. Thank you.
So, Mr. Manager, we have a reason to go into executive session.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, yes, we do, to discuss personnel issues and pending litigation.
Make a motion that we go into executive session.
Second by Commissioner Varela. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign.
We're going to go.